Greetings to everybody in the Chess Nerds chat. I think I've just found it. Well, now it's hiding it from me again. I have to watch a few ads to have the right to watch your chat. Yeah. Anyway, what we're currently witnessing, everybody, is not just my computer dying. It is the opening moments of a chess tournament. They often say some welcome kind of things. So you can see Kostya at his board listening. And then a bunch of applause. Nobody really cares what they're saying, you know?
Okay, hello everybody. I will try to do this in English. I hope you understand me. So in the yellow seat of Maia, I want to give a big welcome.
Yeah, Zach's playing against a grandmaster, an older grandmaster who has continued playing past their peak, which is a really good thing. Very, very well. For any of you who've gone past your peak, you'll understand that it's more and more impressive for someone to play when they're beyond their peak than when they're, enjoying the fun of ascending. All right, let's see if I've got my YouTube chat up. I'm going to try and watch 3 chats at once here, so we'll see. We'll see how I do on that. Yeah, let me know if anything goes wrong. I think my computer is struggling to accept multiple video feeds and send out multiple video feeds and everything. So we'll see how it goes. Also, let me know if the audio coming in from their video is too much or is a problem. And since I'm streaming to 2 channels, for anyone who doesn't know, on my left, I have to use my right hand to say this, on my left, I've got Kostya Kavutskiy. He's an international master who works on the Chess Dojo channel with me. And to my left, and to my right, we have Zachary Sane, aka the Chess Nerd, who is about 2,000 FIDE and has his own channel. And for those who don't know me, my name is here, so you can try and read it. And welcome. Welcome to the show. We're going to be watching some classical chess. I put some basic information here as well. It's a 9-round Swiss section tournament. The time control is 40 moves in 90 minutes. The organizer might be saying some of that same stuff right now. 40 moves in 90 minutes, and then 30 minutes added at move 40. In addition to that, you've got 30 seconds added every move. So folks, you can buckle up and expect some 5-hour games today. Hopefully they won't start 5 hours late. They're already 20 minutes late, as is fairly typical for first rounds of chess tournaments. Hey, Jalp. Hi, Frightened Swan. Hi, NGX Outsider and Math Nerd. Greetings. Why is it that older chess players can't compete at the highest level? Chess has an element of sport to it where you need to be physically strong to compete at a top level. As people get older, they lose some of their stamina. You're using your brain, so you think it's mental, but your brain is part of your body. And so like every other part of your body, your brain can, decline with time. It has its own peak, just like every other part of your body, and then declines. If you have questions about that, just look for clips of Joe Biden online. You'll see what I'm talking about. And then try and imagine Joe Biden beating Hans Niemann in a chess match, right? So, There are occasionally older players who remain reasonably good. They're generally exceptions. The most famous are maybe Viktor Korchnoi, Vasily Smyslov, and now, in our day and age, Vishy Anand. And Anand is currently number 11 in the world, just past age 50. Although some people suspect the fact that he only plays 2 or 3 games a year has kept his rating from potentially going down. It's hard to say when he doesn't play very much what his current level is. But Anand now plays 2 or 3 games a year, for example, in the Bundesliga. So stamina is not as much of a factor because he's only playing a very, one game at a time, and then he can rest for 2 months and go back and play one more game. So it's more about his stamina over 4 or 5 hours occasionally versus in a chess tournament where you're playing 9 or 10 games in a row. You have an accumulated fatigue where, like, the guy who tried to beat you up yesterday, maybe you survived, you drew the game. I'm talking super GMs, right? Then on the second day, they're going to be playing another super GM who presses them. They get more tired, they save it, but they're accumulating fatigue, and eventually they start making worse decisions, feeling tired, doing something impulsive, or just not being able to calculate a line to the end and saying, well, I hope this is okay. And somewhere in there, mistakes creep in, right? Just an oversight or a line that you needed to look at, etc. So, and even if you look at somebody like Korchnoi or Anand who competed into their older age, they're not where they were at age 35 when they're playing at an older age, right? And 50 is not extremely advanced age for Anand, but he's already lost, 50 rating points and gone from number 2 in the world to number 11. So he's started to lose 1 or 2 slight steps maybe. Again, hard to evaluate since he doesn't play much. Korchnoi played a ton, and we could see as he slowly went from, world championship candidate to 2,600 to eventually 2,500, etc., right? I mean, he did go down a bit over time. And Smyslov was a candidate at age 64, so he was kind of like top 10-ish at age 64, which is one of the more impressive achievements ever in chess, I think, for a 64-year-old to qualify for the candidates matches, which is the last top 8 players, in a sense. So that's some of the history of it. I mean, I'm only in my 40s, and I've lost some of my strength and some of my skill already. And some bits of it get replaced with some new things, like some experience, some this and that, maybe more patience. Different qualities or traits evolve. But you're continually losing some of your calculation speed, some of your stamina to play a long game, some stuff like that. So there are skills that you're losing, or ability to compete within a certain time frame. If you were playing correspondence chess, maybe your skill wouldn't go down. Maybe 60, 70-year-olds play great correspondence chess. But even 5 hours is a limited amount of time, and players will get fatigued and make errors at the board. Yeah. Hi, Bogdan. How are you? Whether the camera works will remain to be seen, Akoneni. It has gone black once. It has gone dark once in the last half hour during setup, and then got restarted. So we'll see. We'll see. You can see Kostya at the board, everybody. Trying to forget about stuff like video cameras and streams and chats and stuff like that, and just get into the mode to play a game. One of my top tips or techniques for playing in serious tournaments is to get to your board early and sit there and start getting into the game and sort of warming up your brain before the clock actually gets pressed. I like to start my games 15 minutes ideally, 10 to 15 minutes, but 15 minutes ideally before the clock is pressed, so that when the clock is pressed, my brain's already warm, I'm already thinking, and I'm ready to go and move. Most players go into games cold. I'd say 99% honestly go into their games cold. They just sit down at the board and they play a few moves that they know by heart, and then as soon as they get the first move that they don't know by heart played by the opponent, and they have to stop and think for the first time, they sit there for 10 or 15 minutes not really thinking about much, just kind of sputtering around and warming up, basically. Or they'll blitz out a mistake in 3 or 4 minutes on their first move of the game that they're thinking for themselves, right? So they've played, whatever, 6 moves of an opening they know. And if they don't spend the 10 or 15 minutes warming up, if they try to just say like, well, I don't know, but this looks okay, and they just play a move, then usually they make a mistake on the first move that they're playing for themselves. So I like to avoid wasting 15 minutes of my time warming up during the game or kicking the game off with a blunder. Hey, bestie, welcome. Zach's opponent is the father of Anna Kramling. Yes. I don't know why that's a joke, but it is true that it is. Isn't Hikaru pretty old in chess? Yes. He's not 50 or 60 or 70. But Hikaru's maybe 39? Plus or minus a year? And he's number 2 in the world, and that's shocking because you would think that like the absolute peak is around age 30, and Hikaru's actually better than he was at 30, which is rare. Math Nerd says 36. Okay. So, I mean, 36 is not super old. But it is a little surprising that he's stronger at 36 than he was at 30, right? It's a little bit stronger. Hey, Abdul, welcome. Yes, Warren, we're all here for Kostya to do well, hopefully. Father of Anna Kramling is still pretty old. Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that Zach's opponent, Grandmaster Bellon, who is not yet at the board, I would imagine that he's over 50, which is very different than over 40 or over 30. You know, when you're Hikaru's age 36, you would expect to have lost like 1 or 2 steps. You'd expect to be like, 20 points off your peak maybe. Not much. The fact that he's at a new peak compared to where he was, that's what's really surprising with Hikaru. But you wouldn't yet necessarily expect him to have fallen off at 36. All right, Dripman tells me that Bellon is 74. So that's like a really advanced age. That's where you would expect someone to have lost, 200 or 300 points. Definitely. Definitely that's kind of what one would expect by that point. By the way, even once they start, we have a 10 to 20 minute delay on the moves coming in on the boards here and here. We might be able to see something from their video, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to really say what's going on. Ooh, Kostya's video just went dark. That's no bueno. Okay, it's back. It's back. We're good. Now I just have to get back all my chat windows so I can chat with you guys while we wait for any chess moves. Yeah, delay is standard in chess tournaments nowadays because of possible cheating. If you have an accomplice at home who's watching the game and sending you moves, they can't do that if they have to wait, 20, 30 minutes for a move to come through. I mean, they could do it for 2 or 3 moves and then the game would be over, right? So now in order to cheat, your accomplice would have to be at the tournament pretty much. Or working on the broadcast somehow. Have access to it in advance. Yeah, so we just hear a lot of chitter chatter from the tournament hall. Why are there two boards? There are two players playing here. How hard is chess on a psychological side? Really depends on the person, Bogdan, but for most people, there's definitely psychological challenges. It depends, what kind of a person you are in your normal life and what issues you have. In general, most chess players have a lot of issues with their ego, where they want to be better than everybody else. They want to be stronger and smarter and have everyone acknowledge how smart they are. And so when they play, they're really thinking a lot about, what are other people going to think of me? Are they going to think that I'm great, or are they going to see that I'm not as smart as I want to be? And then, every time they lose a game, they start making excuses for it to try and explain why they lost, without the reason being that they're less smart or less brilliant than other people. So they need some other way to explain it. And then, and it spirals into all kinds of stuff, and then people are scared of making mistakes, or scared of losing in public, or scared of people knowing the limitations of their calculations. So you see a lot of chess players, for example, after a game is played, they'll lie about, or lie about what they did or didn't see during the game. They'll pretend like, oh yeah, I saw that 10-move variation, but for some reason I didn't play it, instead of like, well, I can calculate 3 moves ahead, so that was a 10-move variation, I didn't see any of it. So stuff like that, is going to be pretty common among chess players. But if you get somebody who has less of an ego and is more, more at peace with their place among other people and doesn't care too much about that, then they might not necessarily have as many psychological issues, There's a huge number of streamers at this tournament. Kostya told me something like a dozen chess streamers at this tournament. And I don't know if it's public or private to say what the streamers are or not getting, or all that. So I'll let Kostya tell you guys, if he wants to, later, what arrangement he made with the organizers. It's a good question, though, right? Like, did the organizer do something to have this many streamers there? With that many, you would suspect probably yes, but... Yeah, Zach is going to be playing against Anna Kramling's father. I think of him as Pia Kramling's husband, but yeah. Also Anna Kramling's father at the same time. Yeah, Modern Ideas in Chess. I love that book. Glad you're reading it, Nordvik. I agree, Thor's Thunder. It makes a lot of sense if you're trying to promote your tournament to get some streamers to come, for sure. Am I allowed to use an analysis board? I'm just going to be using their live boards because I don't have room in this, or at least I don't see where I have room in this setup to put up 2 boards with the live positions and 2 boards with the analysis. So to some extent, your live boards might be the boards. It looks like they've started making moves, actually, even though we still hear noise from the hall. To some extent, your live positions will be the positions you see down there. And then I will do analysis on the 2chess.com boards up here. And this is how Kostya and Zach wanted me to broadcast it. So if you wanted names and ratings and things like that, that's not how they wanted or envisioned the template. What we get today are, the videos of the players, which is exciting, right? The live view of the sweat and all that. and then we've got the boards, and that's kind of eating up our real estate here. But to me, being able to see the videos is pretty exciting. So hopefully that compensates for a no rating view. The clock can be an important thing to see, and unfortunately we don't have that. B6 from Kostya's opponent. It looks like Kostya is using an anti-Nimzo move order against his opponent. I can guess the opening on that board because we've got kind of an above view from Kostya. I'm going to guess, we'll see if it's right or wrong. I'm going to guess that Kostya's board went here, 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 here. This is a move order trick that you can use against Nimzo Indian players that for many of them can be annoying. And I think Luka played B6, and now Kostya's coming back to the board. So he'll be thinking about playing bishop g2 here as white. There, he finished thinking about it, and he played bishop g2. All right, let's see if we can guess the moves on the other board, shall we? Let's go over to Zach's board and see what we can guess. D4, D5, knight f3, knight f6. And then looks like there's already a bishop on e3, on d3 I mean. So I think it's like a mutual collie. And maybe Zach played bishop e7 in response. The angle's not as good, but here's what I'm going to guess for that board, okay, folks? I'm going to guess. I don't know the move order, right? But I'm going to guess knight f3, knight f6, d4, d5, e3, e6, bishop d3, bishop e7. What do you think? Good guess? Bad guess? Right. They're playing the tournament this round at 7 p.m. in Portugal. It started just about half an hour late. All right, I think they're both castling over here. We're basically playing a can you spot it game, right? Like a game of our eyes. Bishop b7, g3 on Kostya's, bishop b7 castles on Kostya's board. And then black did something to the left. Kostya thinking, I think the bishop's missing from f8, so let's say bishop e7. Yeah, and that's a reasonable place for Kostya to think. But I'm just kind of straining my eyes here and not able to provide any analysis this way. So yeah, somebody was asking about the round times, right? So round times. This is 7 p.m. The normal time for their rounds is 4 p.m. for them in Portugal, which for people on the East Coast is going to be 11 a.m. in America, Eastern time, and Pacific Coast 8 a.m. That's the normal time their rounds will be at. They've got nine games to go. But there's, I think, 2 rounds at 10 a.m. Portugal time, which is 2 a.m. for me. I'm not going to be watching those games live. Yeah. Kostya played, I think, b3. I'm not really enjoying guessing the moves. Maybe we'll just chill and wait for their moves to actually come in for real. What do you guys think? Is that okay? Can someone win norm in the tournament? Absolutely. It's 9 rounds, which is the minimum number of rounds for a norm tournament. There are players from many different countries, which is a requirement, and there are players with titles. To get a norm for like IM, you have to play at least 3 IMs or GMs, and you have to play people from at least 4 different countries, I think. And so if you want like a WFM title, oh, that doesn't have norms. If you want a norm for WGM, you'd have to play at least 3 people with a WGM title or a higher title, and players from at least 4 countries. So they have all that. So anyone could make a norm in this tournament. They would just have to score a lot of games, a lot of points in their games. Yeah. The delay is either 10 or 20 minutes, Jordy, so we should get moves pretty soon. Right, the video is not on delay, which is why I can see in the video their moves to some extent and guess them. But it's much easier to guess on Kostya's board because the angle is a little bit more above it. Like he played b3, surely his opponent just castled and he played bishop b2, right? Now black doesn't necessarily know what to do with this knight or this pawn or this pawn. I think the normal move would be to play c5. That's a logical move to me. If you play d5, you kind of get tied up on this diagonal potentially. You can handle it, but it gives you some questions to work on. The video isn't delayed, only the board. How does that stop cheating? Basically, it doesn't, Lord Rhino. It means that the streamers can cheat, but the people not streaming can't cheat. Okay? So what it does is it stops cheating for the people not streaming. All the other players in the tournament. Or, I mean, it makes it harder for them to cheat. Yeah. But very, very good distinction, Lord Rhino. Very good distinction, yeah? Yeah, so in this position, to me, the correct move for Luka is to play c5, and then you're looking to get a hedgehog position, right? Where at some point white plays d4, you trade the c-pawn, you play d6, and you got the hedgehog. Is there a link for the games? Yeah. Yeah. You want a link for the individual games or a link to the Maia Open here where you can find all the games? Maybe I'll start with that. Send you that link. I'll send that link to all 3 chats. I better read the chat rules for ChessDojoLive before I post it there. Let's see. Respect others. We are all here for the love of chess. Okay. Ask a mod if you need to send a link. Ooh, good thing I asked. Suggest moves after the game has passed. Whisper a mod for any questions. Oh man, I was about to send a link. Mods, can I send a link? I'm asking permission. All right, we're starting to get our first live moves in the games. Look, Kostya, knight f3, knight f6, c4. And let's see the live moves in this game. d4, d5, knight f3, e6. Whew, my poor old computer. My poor new computer. It's a shiny new Mac with the power of an ancient 20-year-old Toshiba. Is there a way to jump the camera footage back to be in sync? Like to watch the camera footage on a 10 or 20 minute delay? Not that I know of. Yeah, it's agonizing streaming on this Mac, but soon I'll dig out my old PC from 10 years ago and use that. And it'll be a little bit better, and then I'll buy a new PC and it'll be much better. You want me to introduce myself, Bournemouth fan? What do you want to know? I already introduced myself, 30 minutes ago when I started the stream. I said that my name was right down here and you can read it. What more is there to say? I teach chess on ChessDojoLive, or Chess Dojo, no longer live. I teach chess on Chess Dojo with Kostya. I should have a fictional bio to recite. My partner once asked some chat GPT, like, tell me about David Pruess, and it produced an utterly fictional bio. I could copy paste that, I guess. Yeah. All right. I could reread the thing and memorize it and recite it in the future. Yeah. All right, the players on screen on the right with head in hands clasped, concentration maxed. Don't feel time elapse as he thinks up attacks. You've got Zach Sane, the chess nerd. And he's playing black against Juan Bellon, a grandmaster, originally from Spain, now represents Sweden. He's 74 years old, playing white. Every now and then somebody in the tournament hall says W's in the shot. Isn't that weird? That's the same thing that somebody said 3 minutes ago. W's in the shot. W's in the shot. I don't know. And then below on the left, the black player is Luca Chimera of Spain. And he's about 2,000. He's playing black against I am Kostya Kavutskiy of the Chess Dojo. Kostya's got white on that board there. Bishop e7, b3. Guessed all the moves. And yeah, Juan's playing a collie. Yeah, Kostya's opponents seem to be thinking a real long time, and I thought c5 was really kind of the only move. Okay, so now we finally see this knight e5 move from Juan Bellon. We've caught up with that. So the knight e5 move Could be challenging, right? Because, well, first of all, the knight's on a great square. And if you challenge it, white can follow it with f4 and lock it in. So white is threatening to get like a pretty decent stonewall here with f4 coming. I think what Zach would have to heavily consider here is bishop a6 to trade off this bishop and reduce the mating potential on the king side. If he does, he has to calculate the move knight c6, as well as bishop takes a6, knight takes a6, knight c6. So he has to check on that before he plays bishop a6, but I think bishop a6 is very desirable here and probably his best move. Having not calculated anything myself, that's my guess. All right, now I've calculated it. Yeah, he should play bishop a6, I think. At least the calculation is, you don't lose any pieces. I don't know if that's the position they're still in. Maybe it's only a 10-minute delay. It seems like we caught up with their positions pretty quickly, maybe. 5-card draw has seen enough of Zach's game. Accuses white of not playing real chess with this Kali system. Bishop a6 and they can shake hands. Okay. I mean, you can also grind it out forever. That's another way to play chess. One that I'm sort of in favor of. Hello, Madrid. How do people in the Madrid Chess Academy feel about Portuguese chess? Are there any people from your club at this tournament? ¿Tienes amigos que están jugando aquí? Zach's bishop is already on b7, Thor's Thunder says. That is mildly not what I like. It looks like in Kostya's game, Black has 1 or 2 pawns in the center. He might have played c5 and d5, actually. And his knight seems to have come off of b8. So they've got several more moves played than what I can see. Castles, bishop b2, d5 was the move. Okay. Definitely the move that makes life a little bit more interesting, a little more difficult for Black. Which is fine. I mean, I don't think it's a bad move. It's just one that requires a little more skill to follow up for Black. That's a funny story, 5-card draw. Okay, let's see if we got any more moves here. Okay, so Zach thought a long time and then played bishop b7. Well, a long time. Just the beginning of the game. Zach spent 3 or 4 minutes on bishop b7. And, yeah, I mean, it's still playable for Black. I would say the same thing about that move as I would say about d5 on the other board. The move bishop b7 just requires a little more skill out of Black. You guys hear that? W's in the shot. What are they on about? Abdul, we know that in your opinion against every opening you should try to win a pawn. We know that. Kostya's left the board. Let's see where has he put his pieces. I mean, his knight seems like it's still on f3, didn't go to e5. So it seems like Kostya played some mild moves here. It's not showing his moves yet. I've got so many windows on this one tiny screen. Hard to keep up with. Petter, you think Kostya's played d3 and e3? He's done something that didn't involve crossing the fourth rank, right? e3, d3, maybe knight d2. You think Kostya's maybe played queen e2? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like he's queens off the back rank. I agree. Not sure if the knight's on b1 or not. I think it is. So he's played e3, d3, queen e2. That's weird. His opponent's also thinking, that's weird. And we can see that on the other board, white has played f4. The Grandmaster, Bellon, has played f4 and created a stone wall over there. Yeah. Yeah, 5-card draw. I think that, there's not one rule about whether one should accept or decline gambits, right? Sometimes you just have to play the best move, and sometimes it's accepting it, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes it's a matter of taste, and you can do either. Like against the, whatchamacallit, Evans Gambit, you can take on b4, or you can play bishop b6. That's your choice. You can do what you think is more comfortable for you or less comfortable for your opponent or whatever there, right? But when someone plays the King's Gambit, you should probably take it. Taking on f4 being measurably your best move, it makes sense to play it. Can somebody in chat confirm to me that you also hear someone saying W's in the shot and that I'm not suffering from a very, very strange illness where you just repeatedly hear the words W's in the shot? Thanks, Drunk Gnome, for the help there. The noise from the hall is not enough for you to hear it. Mostly it's quiet. That's a follow alert for new followers. Oh. Okay. Thanks, Edwig. That both tells me I'm not insane and clarifies things. Very good. Very good. All right, so Zach's got some new followers for going out and battling in the streets of Portugal. 397 is a good move, 5-card draw. I'm not surprised that you could do well with it. It's both a top quality super testing move and a move that some people don't really know. So, yeah. Oh my god. Autocorrect killing me here. Had to say that unfortunately I probably won't be making it to the gym today because of this classical chess. Small downside to classical chess. It takes so long you might not make it to the gym. In any case, I'm still sore from yesterday a little bit. Yeah, definitely. I should still be able to manage 5 push-ups here if I need to, Thor's Thunder, yeah. For every time Kostya puts a pawn on the 3rd rank. All right. I'll do it. I owe you 15 to start. That'll make up for not going to the gym. All right. So what's Kostya up to? Like, what does he want to do this game with this position? Other than find chances to get up and walk around the room. I don't really know. I mean, he's got a position. He can put all his pieces on the board and then wait for something to happen. Yeah, I mean, I have to say there's no particular plan to White's setup. It's just your bishops are on good squares if pawns trade in the center. And, it's very flexible. You probably play d3, knight bd2. And put the rooks on, at least one of them on d1. He'll put the rooks either on d1 and e1, which will tell you that he's playing for something more like e4. Or he'll put them on c1 and d1, which tells you that eventually he's going to play d4. So play d3, knight d2, and then place the rooks in the center on these 3 squares. And then from there, at some point he can push e4, or he could trade on d5 and push d4, or he could push d4 without trading and leave all the pawns facing each other. He'll have those options as the time comes. Yeah. I mean, it's an opening that's not designed to get an advantage or pursue an obvious plan. So the opponent, it's a little bit formless, and the opponent can burn some time in the opening and not really know exactly what they're trying to do. Let's check Zach's game for developments. Still waiting. I mean, we know f4 was played at some point. And yeah, he's avoiding theory. That's largely what Kostya's doing. Juan Belon Lopez, we know he's going to play f4 and then probably play for a kingside attack would be logical. Zach is either going to expand on the queen side or move the knight to play f6 and evict this knight, or sort of sit there aimlessly and not have a plan. We'll see. We'll see which of those three he chooses. It's my first time watching Zach play a classical game live. He seems to work pretty hard at the board. Pretty serious. Kostya's opponent looks pretty young. So it definitely makes sense to play formless openings and avoid theory against somebody young, because they're not going to have broad experience. Also, you might want to avoid anything too combative, which Kostya has definitely done. Oh, another third-rank pawn from Kostya. Thank you. I would say Belon Lopez looks like he's kind of chilling. Maybe a little bit tired or bored. No, if I'd ever played against Zach before, this wouldn't be my first time watching him play. What's Black's main idea in the Kostya game? Right, if Black wants to continue. So this is where f4 was played. He thought 13 minutes about it. I could have told him in 13 seconds that was what he was going to play. Jesse's style, I would have said, just play the move already. I mean, we know you're going to play it. You know you're going to play it. Just play it, right? Okay, so somebody wants ideas for Black in Chimera's position against Kostya, right? So Black wants to put these two rooks on these three squares as well, which means Black needs to find a square for the queen next, right? So Black needs to move the queen out of the way of the rooks, and this is one nice thing Kostya has, is a square for the queen not on these files. And Black's queen doesn't have that. So that's kind of the challenge for Black. If I can talk further ahead, and then we can talk about how to play it, right? But once the queen's been placed and the rooks are in the middle of the board, there are a couple things Black can look to do. One is to play d4, and another is to play e5. Either of those moves are moves you could play to eventually try and get an advantage as Black, if to make progress, if you feel like the white player's not putting any real pressure on you. I think in this position, Luca probably played queen c7. Because queen d7, white can immediately go rook d1 opposite your queen very quickly. And queen c7 might help you play e5 by contesting the e5 square. So I would guess he played queen c7, thinking that white's rook is still not that close to c1. So you go something like queen c7, knight d2, maybe rook a d8, rook c1, and then you could go queen b8. And then Kostya would probably play d4, because if Kostya waits around, it's going to get worse for him. It's a formless position, so it's one guess. It's not like a super high likelihood that that's exactly what happens. Rod G, or Rogier, saying, I find it very hard to concentrate on both boards. Yeah, that's a thing. It's hard to concentrate on two things at once, period. Okay? So that's why when we give people advice on playing their games, we tell them to just concentrate on the game they're playing. It's very hard to concentrate on two things at once, whatever they might be. So, yeah. Yeah. No updated moves yet from Zach's board, but somebody in chat thinks that he's played knight e4 here. Which would be a very reasonable move. Very reasonable option for black. Yeah, maybe my favorite move for black here. Isn't it an idea to have one board on the screen and switch it from time to time? Yeah, that could be done, Rogier. That's how I often cover tournaments. But in this case, Kostya and Zach agreed to make one stream for both of their channels. And they created this setup so that us on the Dojo side could watch Kostya at all times, and people on the Chess Nerds side could watch Zach's game at all times. So that's why they created it, to sort of multi-stream or dual stream the thing, and everyone can watch both boards at all times. I think it's like a cool looking setup. And basically you can just concentrate on the game that's interesting to you. You don't have to go back and forth between them. A little bit of calm here. So when black plays knight e4, like Zach just did, that kind of plugs up some of the avenues of attack for white, and it frees this pawn to come to f6 or f5, which is going to gain space for black on the king side. One of the best remedies to getting attacked is to gain space in the area where your king is, right? Then you can flood the area with defensive resources, and the opponent can't win the attack based on force count. For anyone not familiar, basically, it's like count the attackers and count the defenders, right? If there's more attackers than defenders, or at least as many attackers as defenders, that's kind of like a minimum measure of viability for the attack. If there are more defenders, then what are you even doing trying to attack? So when you play f4, you're trying to gain space on the king side for white. And the idea is that behind the space of these pawns and this knight, you can flood the king side with pieces, right? So you can bring your queen, you can lift a rook, you could send the rook over to h3 or g3, you can bring a second knight to g5, you could ram a g-pawn up the board. Just a flow of stuff in that direction, right? And as long as black has the pawns on f7 and e6, it's very hard to send comparable defensive resources to the king, right? Once you play knight e4, you clear the way for the f-pawn, and then your pieces can get to the king side. So this is like the #1 defensive resource for black against king side attacks, pretty much. You can say against stone walls for sure, but also against like IQP attacks. You'll see f6 or f5 can be a move to gain defensive space for the side getting attacked, etc., right? So the next thing I want to say is once black plays a move like knight e4, this stonewall system, which is designed to be like a systematic way of checkmating 1,000 to 1,600 rated opponents, it's no longer checkmating, right? And instead it becomes a maneuvering positional opening, right? A super blocked up position without a lot of pawn trades where you can have longer maneuvers. And it's very interesting to see who's going to eventually open a file where. So Zach, being over 2,000 and being aware of this maneuver, is not going to get checkmated like a beginner today. And instead, we're going to get a positional maneuvering game between him and Grandmaster Bellon. C4 from white, attacking the root of the knight, gaining some space. Developments in Kostya's game. Queen d7. Okay, I guessed the square wrong, but I was on to some part of what's going on in that he was picking a square for the queen here. After fairly lengthy thought, he chose queen d7. I mean, I guessed queen c7 because I think it's better, so I see this move and I think it's probably slightly worse. I could see Kostya playing rook d1 immediately in response. But maybe black could play d4 now, so maybe Kostya has to consider that a little bit. In this position here, black could not yet play d4. Well, actually, could they? The knight hits the queen. Takes. Oh yeah, black could play d4 already. White can't take on d4, it loses pieces. Okay, so black could have played d4. Didn't. I was thinking maybe queen d7 defending the bishop introduces d4, but d4 is already playable. So, yeah, I mean, for Kostya, it's kind of between knight d2 and rook d1, I would think. Rook e1 is a candidate move too. Okay, Stormard. I mean, so far it's very early in the game to make any super accurate predictions, right? I mean, the players playing white are higher rated. Kostya's 300 points higher rated, and Grandmaster Bellon is 200 points higher rated. So, before they touched a single pawn, you would have predicted that Kostya and Bellon would win, that the two players playing white would win. Having white is also an advantage. Wait, Zach's board looks empty? No. Okay, that's my mistake. I was looking at an old video feed. Okay. So you would normally predict that the higher rated players with white would win their games. Now they've played openings that lead to kind of longer, more maneuvering kind of games. So they've avoided any opening theory of their slightly younger and less experienced opponents, which is a standard choice for them to make in such a matchup. So it hasn't really changed anything too much. Nobody's made any clear mistakes, white or black. So, there's not too much to update that prediction based on just yet. You would still think that the two white players were going to win the games. But chess is not really a game for, counting points before they've hatched. Though that's something that, that commentary is for, I guess. But the interval of confidence on such predictions is something like Kostya might have something like a 70% chance to win, 20% chance to draw, 10% chance to lose, something like that, right? And Grandmaster Bellon, it's going to be less than that. The gap is less and he's older. there's more chance of mistakes or more chances that he's not as good as his rating anymore, whereas Kostya is still working hard on chess, and Kostya is not too old. He's still around his peak. So for Bellon, you know, maybe it's something like 50% chance he wins, 35%, 30 to 35% chance of a draw, 15 to 20% chance of Zach winning. So when I predict that he wins, I mean, that's only a 50% chance, right? It's not a very clear prediction. Later on, the positions in the games will clarify at some point, and we'd be able to predict with more accuracy, though never accuracy, right? Like, you'll sometimes have somebody in a winning position resign suddenly. So truly, anything can happen. Okay, Kostya went for knight c3. So not d2. From here, it'll block the rook on d1 less and put a little bit of pressure on d5. And against d4, he might envision knight b5 to put more pressure on that pawn. He also has the simple knight e4 move, but he might envision this, really going after that pawn. d4 is winning for black. I don't think either player is winning yet on either board. I am not Zach's coach, no. I don't even know if Zach has a coach. This is my first time watching a game of Zach's, so I can't tell you guys too much about him. I would imagine that everyone in his chat knows more about his style and his chess than I do. So maybe you guys want to try and fill in what Zach's play style is. As far as Kostya's play style, Kostya is a pretty even-tempered, all-around player. You know, he's got touches of technical chess in him, touches of positional chess, touches of madness as well. He plays the King's Indian as black, which is not really consistent with the rest of his repertoire. Is less insane than that. He sometimes plays e4, but he more often than not plays a closed opening. But, I mean, he plays e4 enough. It's not just for special occasions. Kostya is generally calm and, you know, doesn't have really strong biases. So he's not always looking to get an attack or always looking to trade off or always, like, he doesn't have biases hampering him or discouraging him or anything. You know, sometimes there are players who want to attack and you trade queens and you just see the life just deflate out of them, right? They just, ugh. And, you know, technically the board is still there with pieces on it and the clock's ticking and they're supposed to keep playing, but they don't even know why they're there anymore, you know? No reason left. And Kostya doesn't have that. He'll play anything. You know, if he's in an endgame, he'll play an endgame. If he's defending, he'll defend. If he's attacking, he'll attack. You know, he's pretty all around, pretty stable and calm. Oh, one thing about Kostya's style, maybe one predilection he has, is he plays a bit fast. Not like insano lightning or anything like that. But it's just slightly notable that he plays a bit fast. You know, he tries to save time on the clock, tries to put some pressure on the opponents. He doesn't He doesn't go crazy over small decisions. You know, he's willing to play some intuitive moves. I mean, that might even be a small strength of his, that he plays a bit fast. I don't know. I don't know exactly how fast one should play. But you know, it's beautiful, folks. I have like a real chessboard here next to me. Very, very nice. Oh man. Real pieces, real board. Beautiful. With a bunch of signatures on it. Magesh Panchanathan, Dini Polito, John Bryant, looks like Alex Yermolinsky, Nikola Sedlak, Amanda Mateer, I'm looking for John Bartholomew's signature, which I think is on here somewhere, but I'm not finding it. There's Yermo. Yeah, I thought Yermo was on here somewhere too. Oh, that's just my analysis. Knight c3 is as far as we know the moves in this game. Let's see what happened after c4, f6. Great. Good move from Zach. Or at least fully reasonable move. After the knight retreats, maybe he'll play f5 and double stonewall. And of course, at some point, this knight needs to come out. You know, you have to finish your development. Why not do an Abasov d4 and just trade everything? Okay, we'll have a look, Abdul. So d4. Pawn takes. You want to take with the knight, right? Just to try and trade stuff. And then on knight takes, you want to go bishop g2. And then after king g2, you want to go queen d4 because there are no good discoveries. Have you looked at the possible squares the knight could move to? No good discoveries. Yeah, Jordy and Barron found it. Knight d5. Oof. It's a heck of a discovery. It traps the queen, blocking off her retreat. Yeah. That's lights out. So another option here would be to now play cd. But then after knight b5, this is a pretty bad Benoni for black. Or slash, you know, a pretty good position for white. This pawn is vulnerable. The queen will come to this diagonal. A couple pieces have been traded. And this pawn's not even obvious to defend, period, on d4. So, yeah. I wouldn't play that for black. Rook d8 played by Luca. Just generally being as ready as possible to contest the d file. No new moves just yet. Let's have a look at the cameras and see what they're doing. Everybody's working. Position's still formless. Kostya stopped walking around. Kostya has carefully calibrated techniques for making his opponents sink into deep thinks and waste all their time on unimportant positions at the start of the game. We cannot, Nordovic. Sorry. Well, I've got one option. Tell me what you think of this. All right, I'm going to try one thing. Tell me what you think of this. Everybody. Is that something that you would like added to the stream like that? Would that work or no? Yeah? Okay, I can do that. Okay, so I don't know if that's clear enough to people that each clock is for, like, you know, the board on the side there. And you can keep track of who's white and who's black. That's all our real estate, though. At this point, anything more I do is just going to be utter clutter, right? So let's leave it at that, maybe. The eval bar so far is boring on both boards, right? Boring and boring. I mean, it's really just a countdown till one of the 4 players falls asleep. And I apologize for ageist profiling, but I'd be afraid that the Grandmaster might fall asleep first. I mean, he's the only one I haven't seen like doing this yet. Very relaxed so far. Fedoseev eventually won this game here. We're just going to steal Kostya's board for a moment. At some point, it looked really unclear whether he was... There was a moment where it didn't look super clear that he was better. Oh, Black didn't retreat. Black didn't repeat? This was the highlight of Black's life, was a chance to repeat. Instead, they went here. Trade-a-roo. Can't take that because of bishop c2. Careful with the trade-a-roo. Rook came out. Got checked anyway. The knight did not choose to block. Weird. So rook d2 is coming for counterplay. Wow, this game got super weird. Wow, sacking the bishop. Cannolis. Bishop's still hanging. That was insane, Fedoseev. Now he's going to have to sack the rook for that pawn too. He's threatening rook f8, I guess. Black threatens checkmate. Oh my god. Isn't he, like, losing? Oh, got the knight. No, you got to play rook b8 to freeze that pawn or something. What? Now they queen. Oh, yeah. We know this pattern. Check. Uh-oh. Queen e2 would do it. H1 also. Oh my god. That game was insane. What the hell was that technique? Sacking his rook and bishop and playing with 3 pawns against a rook and knight? That was super GM technique, by the way, folks. This was Fedoseev playing here as white. Just like, okay, yeah, you know, all your pieces against none of mine. If this position is winning for white, if this position was actually winning for white, then that is amazing. Rook b8. So the king wants to come here and take this pawn, and this king's just out. Okay, so this position's winning. That's already pretty sick. He's in check, so he can't throw a knight b3. After knight d2, white's winning here, Abdul. I just checked it, right? There's nothing to do. The clock on Kostya's board is going to be wrong while I'm borrowing the board for a moment here to look at Fedoseev's game. This is the clock from Fedoseev against Mateusz Bartel for a second. Okay, so let's go back right here. I can't find a defense for black, much less a win for black. Wow. Fedoseev! What? Where did he come up with this? Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. To great disappointment yesterday, Gukesh didn't win this endgame against Firouzja. I'm sure he was winning and didn't find it. Honestly, I'd say 80% chance that it was winning. And then he drew it. Today, they've started round 5. Oof. Excitement. Anyone kick off the round with a piece sack? Oh my god, Wesley and Prague have a ludicrous position. That's pretty exciting over there. And Nepo has spent 9 minutes on the game against Ding, who's spent 45 to 50 minutes. And now his weird move with the queen hanging. He keeps playing instantly. This is Nepo, guys, for a second. Nepo against Dingley Ren. It looked like a crazy bluff from Jan. And I think now we are seeing that it was a bluff. And black has fairly simple equality. Okay. But it was absolutely insane for a moment there. All right, back to Kostya. Now the times are right again, I imagine. Kostya's video seems to have stopped. Should I go check on that? Let's go look at Kostya's video. Yeah, it's dead. Huh. Okay, Kostya's video's died. Maybe his phone ran out of batteries. We don't know. We'll have a big blue square for a little while and see what happens with that. Okay, folks? Let's see if we've got any new moves in the games. Rook d1. Yep. Rook c8. Yep. That stuff was expected. Basically, it's a phase of like posturing and losing your time, thinking about deep questions. F6. Added more stuff in here. Because now we don't have a video feed to guess their name, you know, to see who's playing at the moment. Keep going here. Okay, best I can do for the moment. $22.58 is pretty low for a GM, says Jordy. Yes, but also pretty high for somebody 74 years old. All right, and now let's click around, see if there's any new moves on our boards. Not yet. There we go. A3 from Kostya. Woo! Big deal. Wesley has a really exciting position today, Driven. Really exciting position today. Just what we needed and wanted from him. Here we've got a move. It took 23 minutes for Belon Lopez to pick this move. And it's a very weird move. Wow. I mean, if takes here, then maybe you have to take back to not be down a piece, right? And after you take back, the pawn captures hitting your knight. And if you move your knight, black can play e4 or e takes d or something. This doesn't seem desirable for white. Not only that, there's another option after c takes d of knight d2. And now, if you take this knight, they take yours, and you're done. So you would have to play queen h5, the only thing that you could have in mind. And even then, there's h6. Okay, and this move works, I guess. Takes, check, here, mate. Okay, so knight d2 doesn't win all your pieces. But this move here, I'm not sure what he plans. Oh no, a3 from Kostya push-ups. All right. God, he's doing all of them. You guys were right about that. You were right to pick pawns to the third rank instead of captures or something more normal like that. White can take the knight driven, but after pawn takes pawn, whichever piece we put here is going to be attacked. And then when we save it, black could play e4 and really cramp us, right? I mean, we sort of have to take it. We can't not. I don't think we can sack a piece. That doesn't seem reasonable. So we kind of have to take. And you can see we're thinking about bishop h7, Drittman and I, not just because we're insane, but because it feels like, well, what are we doing to justify this? We're really not happy about letting black do this, right? So, no, I mean, I was thinking about this too. So you go here. We get a check. We get maybe a second pawn. I would say if you lift the rook, the problem is this move locks out all your other pieces. So now you've sacked a piece and you don't have any pieces. So you don't even threaten anything. The king just comes out. I think it's done here. You can sort of resign as white. We only have one pawn for the piece this way, and we're down 3 other pieces. So I think you'd have to take a second pawn. And then what are we doing? We've got 2 pawns against the piece. Kind of nothing, right? It's kind of nothing. So I don't know what the plan is with CD5. I don't even know why you would even look at the move CD5. I mean, normally you would just retreat your knight, right? I mean, almost nobody would even stop and think here, much less think for 23 minutes and then play this really weird move, which is, I guess, technically a candidate move. It's amazing he even spotted there was a candidate move there. Yeah. Oh yeah, we've got a move from Zach. All right, show us what he did. I don't see it yet. You can just see from the video, I guess. Oh yeah, we see a black pawn on e5 in the video. Good for you, Zach. Good for you, my friend. Didn't get caught up in any kind of weird fear scenario or whatever. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. And he took the knight. Hey, gefilte fish. Welcome to the stream. Ow. So sore. Ah. That's weird. Oh my goodness. Okay, what does the Grandmaster look like in this position? Still calm. Very calm. Behind them, you could see for a moment a foot tapping a lot, right? There's a little nervous chess player twitch there up on the stage on one of the top boards. Okay, so Abdul says, you know, it's not so bad to take, give way, and get pushed, right? Like, it's not so bad. No, it's not the end of the world. It's just mildly bad. Hard to imagine why you would ever opt into it as white, right? The knight could be on g5 as well, as suggested by Drunk Gnome. So you could go here as well. You're hitting this, so this move needs to be played. And then, oh, maybe then takes? No, bishop takes g5, huh? Also, I mean, black might just take right away, right? Yeah, I don't like knight g5. I think there's a pretty good chance black can just win the pawn there. Pretty good chance that black can take that pawn. So I think maybe we should accept this sort of knight g3 move and just come back like this. You've got the idea of coming out here and going after these squares a little bit. You can go bishop d2, rook c1. It's still a fully playable position. It's just a position. I mean, I think black is slightly better because of the space, but it's really, really still playable. It's just, I can't understand why you would ever opt into this as white from this position here where you could just play knight f3 and white is slightly better. You know, just still a normal position, somewhere between slightly better and equal. So why you would opt into this as white, that is very confusing, but I mean, the Grandmaster looks calm, and Zach looks like he's working, so who knows, maybe there's something else to it. See how Kostya's opponent's doing, just kind of getting dragged down in a quagmire of thinking. Just getting dragged down by the formless position. I mean, I would say just bash out something like queen e8 and stop burning your clock. Be my first recommendation. I don't even care. You could go king h8, a6. Yeah. I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab a snack. Be right back. All right, we're going to hold off on the snacks. I am extremely lucky that my partner is making me a salad. So, don't need to go down the snack road. Okay. So, Petr is saying that knight e4 and e5 have been played based on looking at the video. Makes sense. Makes sense. Bishop a8 was played. See, there's no way this move is better or worse than queen e8. The problem is he spent 10 minutes playing this move that does absolutely nothing. He's in Kostya's web. He's just in the web. Poor kid. The evaluation on Zach's game. Evaluation on Zach's game is that Zach's just a smidge better. Cloned. I mean, I could be wrong, right? But that's my evaluation. Smidge better for black. And it's like, it's briefly chaotic, right? It's momentarily chaotic as there are some captures to play. But then the positions to evaluate thereafter are a little bit difficult to evaluate. We'll see. We'll see what comes next once we see in which direction Grandmaster Bellon goes with this knight. I think it's going to e4 and g3, but he's got some latitude. Kostya could play h3. Don't worry, Petter. I'm not afraid. I've got more in me. I can deal with the f pawn and the h pawn, no problem. No problem. Rook AB1. You need a different commentator, Abdul? I'm sorry. What could I do to make it better? Is there a specific question? So Rook B1 suggests Kostya's maybe thinking about playing B4 at some point. Mostly he just wants Luka to think about it for a while, then maybe he'll put the rook on C1. One commentator isn't enough. Well, I'm sorry, Abdul. I'm all we've got here. But if you've got any suggestions for what I could do better, if you've got questions I could try to explain them, I'd be happy to. Hey, Evan. Yeah, to your point, Cloned, the structure is not so bad for Grandmaster Bellon. It's just what I prefer is that Zach has a little more space. You know, as I see he's going to get this pawn to e4 at some point in this game, I think. That's all. I just think Black's structure is going to be a bit better. White's structure doesn't have, you know, a bunch of weak pawns or holes or things like that, right? It's just that if we imagine a logical continuation, like here, 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 it's just that Black's got a bit more space with this e pawn, which is space in the center is what matters the most. Obviously, White's got some space on the king side with this pawn, right? White's position is not bereft of stuff. You know, you've got bishop g4, and you've got some space over there with the f pawn. It's not a dramatic advantage for Black, but this is the slightly better space. You know, it's taking away some squares deep from White. This pawn's blocking the bishop. Black's position's a little bit freer than that, and Black probably has the strength to follow up with c5, which I would like to do as long as there's not some real problem on these squares here with this coming quickly. But In this position, it would be black's move after bishop e2. And the first move I would even want to play would be maybe c5. If that's not super bueno, I mean, you could also consider bishop a6 to trade this piece, but I feel like white's happy to trade it and put the queen on this weak diagonal. So, I don't know. Another option would be just to improve the knight and not yet do anything funky. This is all expending energy, moves like c5 and bishop a6. You're expending energy to try to achieve something positional. The basic thing would be to develop these two pieces before doing anything. So the basic move would actually be something like knight d7, bishop g4, knight f6. Just saying like, okay, there's a weak square, but whatever, I'm just, you know, coordinating all my pieces. Yeah, you can give a check, I come here, the game goes on. You know, and white can keep coming in on these weak squares, kind of funky dance, but a lot of white's pieces can't join in. So you say, I'm going to survive that, I'll just keep, you know, coordinating my pieces and developing. And that's certainly an option. Then you'd probably try and trade your bad bishop at this point as a way to get this out. You hit these two pieces. If knight e7, bishop e6, and the knight's... Oh, the knight's got to wait to e5. It's good. The knight's good. Never mind. So, okay, we'd have to take with the queen, but this bishop's trapped. We get the same position I wanted to get. Now we've got knight against bad bishop, and we just go for c5. So, you see when white did this bishop g4 thing and bishop e6 and knight f5, it might have felt like, oh, I've got weak squares. I can't contest them. What am I doing? But all I did was, you know, I got the knight off of the back rank, and then I did this really to bring my rook out. I just saw a way to, you know, force this trade and get my rook out. Sorry, wrong way. And now suddenly in the aftermath, you're like, wait, what has white done? Black got all three of these pieces out of the queen side. And what has white done? They moved their two best pieces 3 times, and they traded them and disappeared them off the board. Now you're left with 4 bad pieces and less space. Actually, that's really, really striking, the lesson in that series of moves, right? Look at this. I was thinking of trying to achieve something, thinking of maybe some big something or other, and then we just played like a modest and sane move. We just said, let's bring out the knight. Let's trade one of those pieces that white's put on my weak squares. And suddenly, black's advantage is big, actually. It's gone from a slight plus to a big advantage. Here, white's... Yeah, now it's like gone from like, you know, plus 0.1, 0.2 black for choice to like plus 0.7. You're starting to think desperately of how to try and defend this position for white. 0.7 is pretty serious. I mean, look, black's got multiple tempi extra development, plus space, plus this is not a good bishop against a knight that could try to outplay it. You know. Okay, here's the live position as far as we have it with the 10-minute lag. But hopefully that gives a sense of where it's headed. You were also thinking if c5 looks nice to push pawns. Yeah, that was my first thought for sure. And Petter thinks that Zach actually played c5 based on looking at the video. So we'll see. I think I definitely spot a knight on g3, so that part looks clear. And let's look for an update on our other board. Queen b7 played. What? His brain fell out as soon as he tried to play a move a little bit faster. He played that in 2 minutes instead of 10 minutes. But what on earth is that move? Is he thinking like, I'm going to smack Kostya with takes, knight e5, and then scream, taste me? Is that the conception? Black will wreck you on the center, Abdul, in most scenarios after DC, BC. It is a good point that c5 helps white's bishop on... This is back to the other board, folks. Back to Zach's board. It is true that in some structure like this, the move c5 is going to tend to let white play dc and improve this bishop to b2. But in general, black will wreck white in the center while white's doing that. Black will just have the d4 break really quickly, or bishop f6 before your bishop even comes to b2 when you play b3. Depends on the exact position that we're talking about, but let's see. Like here, for example, c5, which I'm not recommending. I much preferred moving the knight as soon as I calmed down and thought about it, right? But when something like this happens, first of all, you can play here. And the bishop gets better, but this bishop, but whatever. I mean, it's just so much space. It's crushing. But secondly, black takes the diagonal first with the bishop, right? And then rook here. And now maybe go, or maybe queen a5. Looking at this, looking at this. Brutal. That is why you play b3. Yeah, but when you play b3, it's black's move here, right? Black can go bishop f6 before you can play bishop b2. You can never play bishop b2 before bishop f6 because you have to play b3. So I don't think c5 is like bad. It is definitely improving the bishop. That's a factor for sure. But it's improving black's space and squishing ability. But all this kind of stuff where you try and squish white is going to be much better if your knight's out and your rook's on c8. It'll just magically, it'll turn out that at some point you'll be regretting, like, oh, I'm just playing with my pawns. You know, maybe I should have had a rook behind them. So I don't think c5 is best. Yeah, I think definitely this knight should move. We'll see. Maybe they're going to go into a position of this sort, you know? Maybe we're going to see something like that. For now, as far as I can see, in their live position is up to here with e4. Okay, so Kostya traded on d5. I was just going to say maybe the idea behind this move, folks, is something like bishop a1 to play b4, takes, knight e5, right? And then he screams, "I'm wrecking you," or something like that. But white can always play e4 or knight e1 or knight h4. There's 3 moves avoiding mate. So this is a very, very weird move to me. Very weird move. Thank you. Woo! Itadakimasu. But Kostya traded. Knight took on d5 and traded again. Oh, it's so good. Gotta tell the chef. Oh my goodness. Honestly, you don't expect a salad to be that good. Bishop c2, not bishop here. Maybe wanting to directly get the queen out there if possible. Okay. I'm so happy with this. So his rook takes a move? He's thinking. If he takes this way, Kostya probably wants d4, transposing into hanging pawns. I would guess that's what what Kostya would do there. And against rook takes, that's a question. Is there any tactic? Knight e5, there's... Let's check. Okay, this knight is on this diagonal. So like rook takes, bishop takes. You can't take. Knight takes. Bishop takes, you also can't take, and you drop in exchange. Okay. So I think rook d5 more or less loses to knight e5, right? If you retreat, then white takes. And then you block the light squares. Yeah. Okay. So knight d5, pawn takes d5 is forced. Pretty simply, I mean, you can determine that in 10 seconds of calculation if you're really playing a game. Maybe double check it a couple times, 30 seconds. But after 5 minutes, he blunders it. What on earth is going on? What? Black just played rook d5. And Zach did play c5 here. I would have preferred the knight for sure. But of course I can understand this. If I were playing a blitz game, I would have played c5. That was my first thought. I would have just slammed it out. It was only after a minute or so that I thought of developing instead. Anyone care to refute knight e5? Let's do a little calculation exercise all together. See if we can find a resource for black. I mean, Kostya's got to do that right now. You never take anybody for granted, you know. Your opponent could be rated 200, not just 2,000. They could be rated 200. 2,000 points below you, and they play some move unexpected that seems to hang pieces. You have to treat it with respect and stop and really calculate. Yeah, it seems like the rook cannot move and the knight cannot be captured. Those are the first three things we established. We haven't looked for funky candidate moves for black, like bishop f6 or queen c7. Let's try queen c7, suggested by Baymon. As white, you could maybe trade. Then take. If they move the rook now, you've got check. Yes, you still win in exchange. Yeah, so knight e5 wins in exchange. What else could black do? You have to look really hard for ideas for your opponents sometimes, even if they don't have an idea. That just makes it a harder search. All right, so here's an unusual candidate move. Knight d4, hitting the queen. Pawn takes, rook takes, hitting the queen. Threatening mate. Actually, here's a pretty simple refutation. Queen f1. Oof. I was going for a more complicated refutation. I was going here, 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 and saying after all the captures, I'm winning. That was what I first calculated, which I think is sound. That was what I was planning to show you guys. But then I noticed that there's another way. Queen f1. Very simple. Just defend the checkmate, and everything's hanging for black still. And mop up. Both ways win. So knight d4 is refuted. I'm just looking for moves for black, you know. I mean, you have to try. You have to try. You don't want to always be thinking like, I can't figure out what the guy wants to do. Play something and then get surprised when they show you their idea. You can't just get surprised all the time. You have to make an effort. Kostya's move, 95. Says he gave it 5.5 minutes of thought, which is reasonable. Anything from 5 to 10 minutes was reasonable for Kostya here. And as I said, Kostya's a bit of a fast player, so he's at sort of the lower end of what I would say you want to do here. So basically, why 5 to 10? Because if you think your opponent's blundered and you just answer in like 2 or 3 minutes, there's just too high a chance that you're not taking them seriously, that you've missed an idea, something like that. Also, you can, if this move wins material, you can afford to spend some time on it. You don't need to blitz out the move. But why a limit around 10? Well, the calculation is pretty simple. If you can't be confident in yourself after 10 minutes of calculating a 2-move variation, how are you going to convert the position later? You're winning an exchange, not a queen or 2 rooks, not something where you don't need any time left for the game. So you don't want to spend 20 or 30 minutes and then play a game where you've got no time on the clock. Converting a rook against a bishop, especially against a bishop pair, is not super trivial. It's not like you could do it 100% of the time in blitz games, right? You need some time and some skill to do it. So we're not trying to just sit here calculating, you know, if what you were looking at was winning their queen or checkmating, then in theory, Kostya could spend 52 minutes calculating it just to be sure, right? And he knows he can win the resulting position with 1 minute on his clock. But this is not like that. You're winning an exchange. You're still going to have to do a lot of, a fair amount of work to convert. So you don't want to spend hours on a simple calculation. So I would say that's my justification for saying 5 to 10 minutes on this move. Knight e5 played. Black maybe hoped for bishop d5, queen d5, and then you can't take the knight and you're getting mated or whatever. But Kostya just took on e5, of course, in a second. And now he's got an extra exchange. His chances of winning the game have gone up to, 95% or so. From the 70% I originally gave him when it was formless. c5 trades, b4. Pawn sack, from Juan. One thing about the bishop on c2 is that against a d4 break, he can often just take this pawn on e4. So black doesn't have the same mobility here to come through the center. And basically, he's trying to get control over these squares here. The knight can easily come back and complete a blockade. Whether you push to have a passed pawn or take to have an extra pawn, you know, pretty comparable. White doesn't care too much which one you do. So, I mean, as black, the move you want to play is knight c5, I think, ideally. But you have to be careful around bishop b3 ideas. The point of knight c6 is to develop your piece. Okay. But also, specifically, right, we're fighting for control of the blockade square. Now it's hard for white to play bishop b2 because the pawn on e3 is generally going to be hanging. And these pieces are well poised to play like a d4 breakthrough, with or without e4 defended. You're just going to have really well-placed pieces. So the instinct move for black is knight c6 here developing. And white can kick you, and you've sort of got nowhere good to go except that concedes all of this to your pawns, right? So you say, okay, fine, I have to move my knight again. Maybe you can even head to c4 instead of going back to b8 and d7. So that's my instinct, b4, knight c6. Who's winning? Lactaluk, as you can maybe glean from the things I said, nobody's yet winning in the game between Grandmaster Bellon Lopez and Zachary Sane. It's still a very sharp, complicated position. In the other game, Luca Chimera has blundered and is losing an exchange. So Kostya's winning. Also, welcome. This is round 1 of this tournament. It is currently 8:30 p.m. in Portugal, where the players are playing. A little bit late. Somebody asked about when Kostya got here, if he had time to acclimatize. I think Kostya traveled on Tuesday. So he had 2 full days to recover from travel and make the transition of 5 or 6 time zones for him, I think. That's plenty. He should be fine. Travel and time zones shouldn't be a big factor, or even a factor at all. Ooh, Kostya played f4 in one go. Very rare for a pawn of Kostya's to cross the 4th rank. Or the 3rd rank, I guess. Or not to stop on the way. Okay, Abdul asked about f6, yeah. Interesting question. f6, bishop takes, queen takes, right, Abdul? threatening, not mate in 1, but devastation on h1, right? Oh no, you take with the e-pawn? Okay, sorry, my bad. E takes. Bishop b2. g4. Okay. e4. All right, so Abdul is suggesting moves for black, who's down in exchange now. I'm not really clear on what the point of these moves is specifically. It seems like white is up in exchange here. It's not an easy position to play, but right, you want to play f5 next. Yeah. I mean, I guess I would suggest Abdul. It's hard to suggest. It's hard to figure out exactly how to win this position, right? But I think you might start with something like h4, so that on f5 you can take it, and if they ever gang up on this diagonal, I mean, obviously black can take the pawn, but you know what I mean. If they eventually do this, you're going to go here, so this covers here, and your second rank covers here, and then you're going to put your rooks on the e file. So I think he's got to shelter the king somewhere else, because h1 is ultimately annoying with this f5 move of yours, right? So he can either start walking the king over to the queen side, which is viable, totally viable, or he go h4, king h2, cover these squares, and then at some point he's threatening to move this pawn. Either way, it's going to be hard to play the position, but it is winning for white, I think. You don't have to apologize for rooting for who you root for, you know. Go for it. Root for Juan. As long as he's not a war criminal, you know, I support you. Yeah, I know you would take on f5, Abdul. I was just saying that I was just illustrating the idea that ultimately that queen is going to go to d5 or c6 or something, right? So I'm just illustrating that we're trying to cover h1 like that. Juan is the grandmaster playing white in the video against Zach. Okay, let's see in the Kostya game, any moves played? No. So after f4, nothing's been played just yet over there. Let's check the other board. I'm told that that Zach took the pawn. Let's see if that's registering yet. Yeah, took it. a3, full-on wing gambit. I don't understand a3 either. The players even on time on this board, 40-ish minutes each. They started with 90. So they've used just over half of their time. They're at move 16 out of 40. So they're playing just a little bit slow. Kostya's the fastest here, playing 19 moves in about 40 minutes, and he's got 50 of his minutes left. f6 has been played. I'm not sure I see the point of a3. As black, I'm happy to play a5 or knight c6. Yeah, I don't like at all how white's playing this game here. And I think that Zach has an ever-growing advantage. Here's a line, knight c6, bishop b3. Threatening here. And then if knight a5, we take. Here we defend this pawn. White's recovered their pawn. And threatens knight e4. And white seems to be pretty okay here. If this bishop could go to c4, different story for sure, right? But it's stuck passive right now. So white looks pretty nice. So here you might have to do this, which is a lot of loose pieces. You have to be a bit worried about that for sure. Now there's quite a difficult line to evaluate. Maybe simple knight e4 is good enough for white. But here's a crazy line, just because I like crazy lines. Knight b3, takes, takes, takes. Let's try and figure this out. If that knight can escape, black will be in business. It seems like it's simple enough. You can just go knight c2 and you're out, right? Yeah, simple enough. So white can't do that. No queen d4. These pieces feel loose, but I haven't yet found a refutation for white in this position. Let's look at the simple move, even though simple's not that fun, but let's look at it. Yeah, it looks like it recovers the pawn and more or less equalizes the position. So knight c6, bishop b3. Maybe not what we're looking for as Zach. I mean, given that I feel like he's got a budding advantage, I'm not pumped about how that line turned out. Abdul suggested knight a6. And I do also like the look of that move, yeah. You can also take on a3, sure. Nothing wrong with taking on a3. It's just if you're looking for something even better, Abdul. And by the way, I'm not declining the gambit, right? When Zach took on b4, he accepted the gambit. Now he's up a pawn. Whether you defend b4 or take on a3, these are just trades. The gambit has been taken. On Matt Chess, the answer is black blundered. When you say you're confused and you don't know what black had in mind. Black simply blundered. They did manage to play 4 moves in a row that Abdul wanted to play. So Kostya should continue to treat the opponent with respect. Just because they played 1 blunder doesn't mean there's going to be any other blunders, or that they're not good at other phases of the game, or they're not going to put up resistance. It's very difficult to beat a bishop pair with a rook. when you're up in exchange, very, very hard work to beat the bishop pair with the rook, because wherever the rook goes, the bishops can attack it. If you could magically trade bishop a1 for bishop e7, then you'd be more easily winning here, because you can just put your rooks on dark squares and you'll eventually just win every situation. But as long as there's a bishop pair, there's no simple way to play these positions or to play the rooks. We get immediate f5 without Abdul's bishop d6. I think Luca is falling into a small trap of trying to pretend like he didn't blunder. He's trying to act like, oh yeah, I had a plan. I've got compensation. I've got this whole thing planned out with the light squares. I meant to do this to make Kostya, a little more hesitant and a little less optimistic, support his own ego and all that. But sometimes it's better to accept that you played a mistake and just put up tough resistance instead of continuing to play aggressive moves, trying to prove you had something. Abdul's worried that now after e takes f, you've blundered a pawn, because queen f5, there's queen e7, right? And against something like queen d5, looking for queen h1 mayhem, there's queen e6. And it's completely over. So 1 minute spent, by the way, on f5, 1 minute on d4. So he's playing all these moves faster than he played the boring moves like rook c8 and, rook d8 and stuff like that. Which are the 1 minute moves. Now he's sort of trying to prove that he had some kind of a follow-up in mind. He's trying to pretend that he didn't blunder. And I think that's the second mistake maybe here. Glad to hear that, can you? No move yet from Zach here, 34 minutes. They're definitely going to be low on time in this game, Juan and Zach, I think. The time management. The position still has all kinds of pieces and plans and imbalances on the board. It's going to be really, really tough to play out. You think he played a5? A5 is a very good looking move. Here's a move that one might like to play, bringing the bishop here, tempo on the rook. That gets the bishop active, anchors the pawn, no longer this diagonal, followed by taking on e4 with the knight. But it's artificial and time using, right? It's not fixing your bad pieces. And so I think it would be kind of semi-refuted by bishop b3, just not saving the rook. And then suddenly you say, oops. You can't defend this against bishop c4. White can trade it and take your e-pawn at a minimum, right? And against bishop f1, white can take on d5, check, take the rook on a8. E-pawn's going to drop as well. Just a full-on disaster, this bishop a6 move. So a5, which Petter thinks Zach played. I don't know that I said much about this move yet, but this is one of the most solid-looking moves, and a move that immediately popped into my mind when I saw a3 and made me say, what on earth is the point of a3? Because basically, if white ever makes these trades, do you see how they're just making black's extra pawn better? You're trading off the problem rook on a8 that couldn't move, and this is now a passed pawn instead of there being a pawn on a2 and on a7 and it being a majority. You have essentially, for black, spent all the time of moving the a-pawn up the board and orchestrating a trade by playing a3 yourself. So you're expending your energy to make black's position better. When I saw a5, I just thought, what is a3 about? So if Zach played a5, that looks like a pretty good choice to me. And honestly, I can't explain much of what white's doing this game. All right. Christo thinks that the exchange tactic is reasonable for black. I don't see what's wrong with it in the Kostya game. I mean, what's wrong with it is just that white's up in exchange. There's nothing too super special about it. Kostya did not take on f5. Why not? Oh, queen b7. Probably queen b7. Let's have a look. Now you don't have the queen trade, right? But king f2? What's black up to? Light squared compensation, it looks long term. It is, Christo. There's some light squared play that's fairly long term, but it's still an extra exchange, right? So yes, you've got, black's got light squares and white's got the file, right? Hence, I mean, you look pretty hard at e takes f5 normally, because if your king just has to wander to d2, but you got this pawn and you got this file, so be it. The king wanders a little bit. Honestly, over here, there's less light squared problem, because you've got b3 and d3. This looks just winning to me, Abdul. I know you probably want to take the pawn on f5. Maybe Merles can whip a rabbit out of a hat here and tell us what black could do here that white would have been worried about here. So you saw queen b7 and had an instinct that white shouldn't take the pawn, huh? What Kostya's done in the game is also, there's some complication to it, and some comp for black. Maybe not enough. We haven't even looked at the position yet, but there's some sort of a messy look to it. His camera has not updated in forever. Let's see if I can't get it to load. Actually, I'm not screen capturing those, so I don't need to have those videos open. They're just browser sources in OBS, so I can free up some. Of the computer here. To me, I don't see any kind of a follow-up here. To me, white's just winning with ef5. So let's contrast that with what Kostya did. He played rook e1, just strong pointing e4 to keep this diagonal at bay from the king, right? Takes, push with the passer, opening up his bishop, but making a different kind of counterplay. Rook d1, nice. c4. Can he just take that? He's thinking. Okay, so it's complicated-ish. He would like to take that pawn. I mean, how's black defending d3 if he takes the pawn? Okay, bishop c5, yeah. Forcing the king onto the light squares, right? Any pressure against e4, like rook e8, you can even just put your bishop on e5 to shield the pawn. I think black has to go rook d8 to defend this pawn. I don't know. I feel like if white takes the pawn, it's all over. Oh, okay. Going for this now. Check, 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 check. King goes somewhere horrible. And then bishop f5. Woo! Holy moly. Oh, Kostya cannot take on c4. That is a... Oh, he cannot take on c4. He cannot. That move is out. Uh-ohs. Yeah. All right, so you play something like this instead, maybe, as white. Well, black can't yet go c3, can they, Jordy, because of this? And this is why, folks, I said that Kostya should spend 5 to 10 minutes calculating the exchange win and not like 20 or 30 minutes, because he needs time for this position, right? He's just played b4. So stopping bishop c5, but now these pawns are not contested. Holy moly. So let's just make sure it's understandable. You guys understand why I want to play queen f3 for white? Right? My goal is to kill this pawn. So I want to be able to do this. I guess there's b5 and my move doesn't do much, huh? Okay, my move doesn't do anything. Interesting. So he goes b4. Abdul asks if DE doesn't win again. I don't think so. There's no check now. How does this win? Bishop's attacked. Pawn's attacked. It's not just a tempo. It forces the king into a bad position. Here, there's just no tactical juice, right? You do this. He takes here. You know, you save this piece somewhere. He takes here. It's all gone. It was like you have to reposition the white king to have the tactic. Otherwise, you have nothing. But okay, black's got, you know, pass pawn on d3 now. That's what they've got. This pawn did not want to come up strategically. I mean, he did it sort of out of necessity around this check, but you'd rather have it back here. In a blitz game, you just play b5 quickly. b5's a perfectly good move, but you've got options here, Abdul. a5 is a moment you have to consider. You have to figure out if you want a5 or not, because if you do, this might be the moment to do it, right? Because a5 takes, bishop check, probably wins, like we already saw. So if a5 bishop c3, AB is strategically desirable, then you might want to take the time to look at that here and play that before playing your b5 move, right? Create that weakness, give yourself the a file. This is the side where black's stronger, but white has 2 rooks. Maybe the extra file helps white more, you know? That's why I say it's not totally clear, but you ask yourself that question here, I think, before moving, is do we want a5? Also, you don't really need b5 because your pawn is safe and it's on a light square. So you could look at really any move you like here as black. Queen a4, queen e6. White's maybe playing queen b2 next. Bishop f6, e5. Right. A nice thing about b5 is to bring this bishop here back to b6. It's more about that, honestly, than about defending the c pawn. It's that this bishop doesn't have a good square right now, and this would be pretty good. Not pretty good. This would be amazing. It's the square for the bishop. Yeah. See about Zach's game. Zach did play a5. Very nice move, but it left him with 24 minutes. He spent 20 minutes on that. Well, now he's just in a time scramble. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. And that's the thing. It's like now his position is advantageous, but in terms of prediction, it's almost like a coin flip 50-50 because he's so low on time. Like, what's he going to do? That's what bad time management does. It makes it so that any position, no matter how big an advantage you have, it's just a coin flip. I mean, not positions where you're up a queen, but, you know, positions where you've got a positional advantage or an attack or an extra pawn or something like that. Okay, bishop f6 played quickly. Good, he needs a couple of those. He needs a couple of those. Recaptures are good too. Okay, several people think that it's hard to find moves for Kostya. By the way, a5 played by Luke after 5 minutes thought. Not a trivial move. And shows some strength that he was even thinking about this move. Whether or not it's the best move, you know, it's showing that he's looking for this at this moment instead of playing any stereotype move. Well, you guys are exaggerating if you think Kostya's worse. Well, that pawn on d3 is really good. I guess he's maybe not even better anymore. That's really weird. To be up in exchange for nothing and 2 moments later you're not better. It shows how good the bishop pair is, you know? When you're up in exchange but the opponent has the bishop pair, the material advantage is like barely a pawn. You know? Oh, you guys think he's even losing? Wow. Wow. Well, do we see that e takes f5 looked better than this? I think we can all agree that e takes f5 looked better than this. I mean, we didn't calculate thoroughly after queen b7, but I didn't really see any concrete threats. E takes f5, I thought Kostya was completely winning, honestly. But even if not winning, it was certainly much more promising than this position. He probably played bishop c3 relatively quickly here, yeah. Bishop b3, king h8, just defending the e-pawn against knight e4. d5 pawn's hanging, right? Has rook d8 in mind. It's a little bit risky. Do you guys see why I thought this position looked risky for black? As soon as I thought, is his plan rook d8? My hackles went up, right? Some kind of tingly sensation, like, I don't know with these pieces here if you can be using tactics. Sometimes you're not allowed to use tactics. You guys understand. You know about that, right? Sometimes you're not allowed to use tactics because your position is not good enough. This move looked forced. Here, black has some options for avoiding mate in 2 here. There's g6, where white's rooks will be good on the 7th rank. And there's h6, where the bishop gets e4. But all those moves lose the knight, and the game's over. Right? Like, it might look a little bit better, but... Oof. It's definitely not good. Looks dead. B takes A and hope the pawn will make it a draw. I hear you. But it looks pretty busted, right? Oh, there's the queen on h8. Sorry, hang on. Okay, so we can't do that at least. Knight e4. Queen should maybe cover the 7th rank. D5. White just has too many pieces, you know? It's just an army. It's just an army. Queen b6 instead. Sure. Yeah, that's reasonable. Then I mean, now it gets sharp, right? King here. King here. A2. Here. Gets very sharp. B takes A3 was, yeah, it was challenging. You have to at least make things hard for your opponents. Now, white didn't go for this, so we're going to cut off our analysis here. I will just say I suspect white's winning. And maybe after bishop d5, black would have played something other than rook d8. Maybe they had a different intention. But this piece is hanging, and if they take, and we take, and they take, and this knight comes here, I mean, white's not going to get much better than this, I don't think. Well, let's see his approach, though. He traded, and then avoided the rook trade at least. Okay, so at least he doesn't play rook here and trade off black's bad piece. He comes here. But I feel like he gave a crucial tempo. I mean, he developed black's rook and stepped away. He's that scared of black playing b takes a3 against something like rook c1 or rook b1. Very weird. So he trades, comes here. Black's got the file. That was pretty decent. Rook d8, one suggestion. Defending the pawn, defending said pawn. Also, now black's pieces are all developed, right? So now if you played something like knight a6, stopping rook c7 and developing another piece, now against bishop d5, I would start to believe that rook d8 could be a winning tactic for black, right? In this position, you're allowed to use tactics as black now. It's a small difference maybe, but it's a critical difference, right? Now we can do something like this. White should be in trouble. Okay. So Zach's move here. They're at move 21. 20 moves to go to time control. 34 minutes against 21. Playing up against a GM who is definitely playing loose today. Very loose. Okay, Zach's done something. Let's see what it was. Rook d8. Okay. Calm and recommended by Merles. Other board. Kostya played the solid bishop c3, holding the blockade of the two pawns. Luca makes the trade so he can target b4 and then locks in the structure. So we've got some people who are concerned for Kostya in chat. We've got a much more sober assessment from Steve Nash, who says, look, Kostya's probably not better anymore against this pawn on d3, but he's got a solid position. It should potentially be still defensible. And the original exchange sack didn't seem terrible either. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. More balanced take on it. Who have you played, Merles? Who have you played a bunch of times? All right, so Kostya goes to the diagonal. And he's trying to get there before this bishop can take over it somehow. And if the bishop goes around and you start playing like rook b8 and stuff and trying to set it up, Kostya may be able to play bishop d4 in a lot of cases to really avoid that diagonal happening. He's also looking at a dark square there for eventually rook a1 and rook a7. Oh, Merles, you've played Zach a bunch. Okay, cool. What can you tell us about Zach's style then? No, I don't think Zach is a dojoer. He's another streamer that Kostya has met through streaming somehow. All right, rook e8, applying some pressure and restraints on the light square. Very logical move from Luca. I still think that Zach's game is going to be a bit of a time scramble at some point here. Basically, just the difficulty level looks higher to me than the amount of time remaining for both players. Maybe this knight should head back to d4 now. Good blockade square. What else might white be up to? Rook c7. The idea of knight h5. Zach likes crazy games, okay? That's good to know. Rook c7. What is Black's response to Rook c7? Maybe queen b6. Trying to get the queen out of the way of knight h5. Weirdly, Rook c7. It took me a moment to see the move because Rook c7 is targeting g7. It took me a moment to think of like moving away the defender of g7 as a response to that. But you're threatening to take the rook and maybe the pawn. And after something like this, you can develop the knight to c6 or a6, right? And things are going nicely for black. Rook c7, queen b6 looks like it refutes rook c7. So I'm back to knight e2, just, you know, simple positional move, trying to get a nice square here. Yeah, and black just has this awkward thing that if they want to contest this square, they block the bishop. And they sit on this square attacked by the rook. So it's not clear that knight c6 is really good for black. So knight e2 is a simple, clean idea for white here. Kostya answers rook a1 over on the other board. Continuing with what he wants to do, right? Which is he wants to get to a7 and he wants to target a dark square. When your opponent has kind of a strategy on one color squares, you need to look for your play on the opposite color squares often. I mean, and it doesn't mean you don't take moves out to defend, right? Like Kostya is definitely trying to keep the e4 pawn alive so black doesn't come crashing through the diagonal. So you can play defensive moves, but for your own play, your own attacks, your own counterplay, etc., your own positional goals, you're often looking to the opposite color squares. So g7 is the most logical target on the entire board for Kostya at the moment. You want to go further in the rook c7 line, Merles? You see something there? So the rook's hanging. It could move over to e7 or f7 or something, right? Hoping to follow up with more pieces towards this side of the board. Actually, it could even go to g7. I didn't even calculate that. We should always look at those moves first, honestly. Okay. And then it feels like we're kind of holding on as black, right? The queen is well enough placed to tie these pieces up a little bit and slow white down. Actually, maybe I stopped my line too early. Look at that move. Oh! Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I stopped one move too early again. That move almost KOs us. White's got a draw here. At minimum, maybe there's something even better, folks, but just this. Simple repetition. This rook can never block because of this one. Okay, do you guys realize how insane that is? That we just played rook g7 here, and it was not, like... It was not easy? Not clear? Maybe not queen h6, but queen f6. In this position here, Abdul, there was no choice really. Queen f7, maybe? I was trying to restrain the opponent a little bit. White's down a full rook, I remind you all. I don't know. It's not easy. It's not easy. Alternatively, right, the king can just start running. I don't know, maybe f8 slightly better. Sorry. Knight e4, maybe there's a queen e3. But I don't know where this king's really going, you know? I don't know. To me, it looks messy. To me, it looks kind of messy. That's a full rook sack. So now, let's look at rook f7. We have a move played, by the way. 741 spent on it. Rook f2. I guess to come to c2 or d2. Weird move again. D4 played quickly. Oh, Zach's going for it. Let me get some more water. And maybe it's time for a little public service announcement, folks. When sitting in front of a computer for 4 or 5 hours, you shouldn't. It's very good to stand up, drink some water, look around, do something else for a minute. Same with playing a chess game for 5 hours yourself, OTB classical game. For most people, it's pretty good to stroll around a little bit. I mean, when I was younger, I always just sat down and sat there for 5 or 6 hours without moving, and it worked fine for me. Most people walk around probably a little bit too much. Like they walk around because they feel a little bit nervous and they're just trying to relieve themselves from their nerves instead of working on their nerves outside of the tournament and having it not be a problem, right? So they're not doing any work on their opponent's time and they're just, chilling and wandering about and feeling nervous. But some amount of stretching or going for a water or eating a couple cashew nuts or something is probably good for most people. A little break in it all. E4 played. Presumably his idea was to take on d4. There could also be the move e3. It's pretty impactful as well.
W's in the shot. W's in the shot.
By the way, this rook f2 move is just another move which is not something I would have considered. He's played at least 3 moves this game that I wouldn't even have considered. They would not have made my candidate move list. Yeah, Zach plays simple rook d4. I mean, he better get this knight off of b8 at some point. That's all I can say. Languishing. Okay, so Kostya game, bishop f8 was played. And Steve Nash's workout was wondering if white's better after bishop f6, e5, queen b7, rook a8, which seems forced, and then queen a8. Because if rook a8, you just take here, right? So queen a8. And then you want to go like queen b6. And we want to know if white is better in this scenario. So presumably pawn takes bishop is fairly threatening. And the thought is if the bishop retreats somewhere like e7 or whatever, or d8, that you've got time to grab this pawn and then maybe eventually undermine this structure. Something about rook b8. There's check and takes. So let's see if there's any fancy moves for black. I mean, it seems reasonable that white would be better after bishop d8, queen b5, or bishop e7, queen b5. I mean, white's going to be up a pawn and c4 is going to be dangly, but it might be fine for black as white's king is so open. But let's look for fancy moves first anyway. Queen a3. Attacking the bishop. Pawn takes. Counterattacking the rook. So queen c3, rook e8. Looks not right. Takes something. Check and mate. Merle's noting that Kostya has just activated all his pieces in very few moves. Yeah, I mean, queen d4 is a candidate move for Kostya right here. It's complicated. It leaves b4 and e4 hanging. It might be bad, but it's a move you calculate. It helps you figure out what to do next. What else might he want to do? Well, black's kind of threatening rook takes e4, right? So he doesn't have a ton. He doesn't have a host of other candidate moves. If he plays like queen f3, then, queen b6 check. So he's got what? Bishop e5, allowing queen takes b4. He's got pawn e5, allowing queen d5. He doesn't have that many moves. It's not easy for him here. What does he do next? Why wouldn't I have considered rook f2 in the other game? I mean, it's hard to explain what you don't consider. It just never occurred to me until I saw him play it. I looked at rook c7. I looked at knight e2. If I were sitting at the board playing the game, maybe I would think of some more moves. But, I mean, it's true this rook is maybe not the best placed piece. It could make sense to improve it. I don't know. I just thought either of like trying to use my file to do something or of repositioning my knight and controlling this blockade square. You know, rook e1, rook f2, even queen d2. These moves didn't really occur to me. I think queen d2 might have vaguely occurred to me. But really just rook c7 and knight e2. I don't know. I guess I was worried about keeping this pawn blockaded. Something in my subconscious. Okay, Kostya 29 minutes. Luca 16. They're at move 31. So they've got, you know, acceptable time. Queen f2. If rook e4, there's rook a8, correct. And if bishop e4, there's bishop e5, maybe? Queen c6. I don't see the justification here for dropping this pawn. Yeah, I don't see how to justify this queen f2 move. Yeah, that's true. We've got the very fancy queen f3, queen b6, queen f2. But even there, I don't see why bishop e4 wouldn't work. Honestly, I don't quite see it. I mean, it might not work in the sense that white's okay without that pawn, just with the queens off. But it's hard to see how white goes about winning this position. I can see holding it. I don't see like a real winning idea. Actually, maybe I have an idea. Rook a6. And then we go rook b6. I'm preventing this bishop from coming here. Okay, so it has to come this way, though. I don't know. It feels like white's a hair better, but I don't see anything super clear here, folks. Myself, I don't see anything really clear. Yeah. Still feels within the realm of playable for both sides, that position. In Zach's game, I think black is better. But maybe not winning yet. Rook f2, d4, takes here. That's the live position. Zach's up a pawn without any real problems. I mean, he's close to winning, maybe. They're both past pawns. They're both pretty far advanced. I mean, if he never moves the knight on b8, I don't think he'll win the game. I'd be surprised if he could win the game without ever moving that piece. He's considerably better. He's considerably better. There's the knight. All right. His chances of winning just went up by about 50%. Yeah, knight a6 generally looked like the best square in many situations, Abdul. Here the question would be, rook c7 harassing the bishop, but... Yeah. For me, it's actually kind of nice and peaceful to have the tournament sounds percolating gently from Zach's camera. Yeah. Soothing. Soothing for someone who's been to a lot of chess tournaments. I don't know what happened to it, Abdul. Maybe his phone ran out of batteries. Who knows? Zach's camera also turned off at some point, but it was before the game started, and then he reset it, and then it worked. Should we just check, like, if there are any issues with rook c7? Maybe rook c7 we just counter. Yar. And then, if rook takes bishop, we actually go here. That looks kind of clear cut, right? So rook d3. We have a move played, knight f1. All right, coming to this blockade square since it's too late to go to this one. Yeah, that at least keeps this bishop from like totally coming out and dominating. But it doesn't at all challenge the fact that black is up a pawn. Doesn't keep black from continuing to organize himself. One option would be to bring the queen to b6, where she looks at a lot of tactically juicy points, right? The king, the blockade on e3, the rook on f2. That's pretty tempting. The move rook d3 might not be good here because of queen b4. Defending while attacking. Throw in e3. See what that gets us. Not enough. Yeah, so I don't think rook d3, queen b4 is going to do it for black here. I like queen b6. That does everything I would want a move to do. They're at move 25, 15 moves to go till they get more time. Queen b6, knight e3, rook d3, knight c4, queen d4. That feels fine for black. I show an example. Da, 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 da. We come in and pressure things. Knight finds a good square, harasses the queen, but luckily she's got another great square. Once we see her here, oh, things are going great for black, yeah? Oh, that's great, Yogo. Your friends are in the tournament. Nice. Yummy. What else? Nothing. No knight e3 then. No rook d2. King here. Knight. Ooh. We couldn't play knight c5 before we put the queen here. Oh, this moves everything, this queen b6 move. Rook d3 played. That's much more controversial after queen b4. Queen b6 looked like a hell of a drug. Oh my god, I'm so sore. Funny. Okay, moves elsewhere. Queen d6. Coast to coast went bishop e5, sacking b4, big time. And I don't know what his next move is after queen b4 either. Hang on. What is his next move? What? Oh my god. It might be queen d4, but that's disgusting. For a moment, the move looks impossible, right? Queen b4 played. Let's see how fast he bashes out queen d4, folks. Queen d4, queen e1. What am I talking about? I was looking at queen d4, bishop c5 for a second, which looked stupid enough. Here, okay, I'm going to show you this move anyway, because what else am I going to say? Here's the insane thing I saw here. If king here, then you've got rook c7 to take. Although even that, it's not clear if it works because black has this. Right? Yeah, that wins. So you'd have to go here just to try and repeat, huh? Maybe you don't have to repeat. Maybe you can take, but your queen is still dead. Okay, and if the king comes to f8, you have bishop check. Bishop takes and mate. All a moot point because queen e1 is super, super effective. And king here and here. With an extra bishop and 3 connected passed pawns. So after queen b4, coast to coast, put the next rook on a1. threatening the bishop on a8. Okay. Black has d2 and bishop c5 as well as more reasonable candidate moves, right? Yeah, d2, bishop c5 are the big impactful candidate moves. You'd love to have like 20 minutes here, which Kostya does, but Luka doesn't quite. Bishop c5. White has control of d4, right? So maybe that move doesn't do much. Let's see if we can discount it first, right? Give a check. If king moves, let's just say rook here, check wins. So we'll go here, and then here. Threatening bishop takes c5. Ow. Right? Yeah, black's kind of dead. So I don't think there's bishop c5, really. Bishop c5, really? No. So d2, for instance. And Kostya may have many moves, but we're just going to start with captures and the like. Here. Oof. Can't do that. I thought rook a8 was going to be check, but it's not check. That is not check for white. I mean, it's check for black. I've never played in Maia before. No, I've never been to Portugal, period. d2. Maybe Kostya would be content to try and clean up this pawn, right? Yeah, you could also play rook d7, Abdul, same kind of idea. Right, like this. Just trying to keep that thing covered. Right, bishop c3, bishop c5. We're not going to take without playing rook g7 first, right? So we'll check here. And now we get a cross pin on this guy. Woo! Or the king could go here. And then we can't checkmate with rook whatever because the queen can take. Check. Takes. This is really headache-full, this position. Check. Here. Takes. Oh, wait. Is there rook a7? Does that help? We have to look at every move. Yeah, we got one hell of a cross pin going on here. One hell of a cross pin getting calculated. Yeah, we might as well go rook a7. I don't see an argument for not playing rook a7. There's also rook e7 if we need more candidate moves. But let's start with rook a7. If the king comes up, there's like f5. There's also rook e6, mating. Okay, here maybe. Does white have mate if black takes? Presumably, yes. I would say yes. There's like no way that king is okay against these pieces. Too many pieces. Too many pieces. Yeah, it's checkmate. Easily checkmate. Doesn't rook e7 win the queen? Maybe it does, but rook a7 was winning too. And that's what I looked at first. I would have looked at rook e7 if rook a7 didn't work. I think there's been a move in the game, so let's see what it was. Rook e5. Going after the dark squares in a whole different way. Kostya might have to take on a8. Yeah, surely both moves win if you calculated rook e7 as winning. It also looked very plausible that it would win. Fe5 bishop here, and it looks like you can't quite corral this king, right? You can give a check or two, but probably ultimately lost. So Kostya plays rook a8. Now there's no bishop c5 because of the king. So the rook has to retreat now somewhere. And Kostya's got the 8th rank to work with. So this rook retreats somewhere. Maybe there's other fancy moves, right? But okay, the basic scenario is the rook retreats somewhere. Kostya puts this rook on d8 to keep an eye on the best pawn and prepares to double. Trying to win on this 8th rank. Queen c5 here is a candidate move as well. Oh yeah, important move since we're looking at an endgame. Against queen c5, probably king f2 is the best move for white, right? And unless I'm, missing tactics and stuff, black may have to trade on e3 and bring the white king to e3, where it defends e4, embraces d3, and it feels like white wins the endgame. Again, the method is rook d8 and rook a8. Rooks can get behind the pawns, attack the bishop, and the king's in good position. So king f2 is a downer, yeah, a cold shower on queen c5. So what other fancy moves does black have? I mean, you can always look at d2. The pawns are so close, You can always look at just we go berserkers, right? But okay, black's played the basic move, rook e6. And now, maybe against rook d8, he'll play rook d6 to reduce the pressure along the 8th rank and try and strengthen his d3 pawn. It's not like ultra desirable, but maybe it's good enough. Ugh. Yeah, I cannot sit any longer. Let's do it. It's my first time using this since getting home.
W's in the shot.
Oh, here we go. Kostya position is so complicated, Hutton Chess says correctly. Merles thinks there's no longer any hope for black, I think.
W's in the shot. W's in the shot.
But it's still complicated. I think it makes sense more what Hutton says, that it's complicated. I like Kostya's extra 10 minutes on the clock here, right? For these 5 or 6 very complicated moves. You said without bishop, right? And a bishop's been traded, right? No. Oh, you're saying in a future scenario. You're saying if rook d8, you have to avoid rook 8, so you have to go king f7. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. Then maybe Kostya goes all in on the attack, right? If he'd put the rook on e7, and I can demonstrate that here, that this is still not good, the bishop gets trapped on the 8th rank because it's got no movement. So that's one reason the rook maybe needed to go to e6 or not e7. Funny, right? That looks like the piece is just trapped. Kind of. Okay, and in this position, Abdul wants to know, how would I stop e5 from white? And Doc is asking about f5 first, tempo on the rook followed by e5. Yeah, good question. You guys think this looks hardest to counter and is better than rook d8? Okay, maybe. I mean, Kostya is definitely giving it a think. Let me glance for moves on the other board too, because we got 2 games to follow, and they're getting to time trouble as well. So queen takes b4 came, as I feared. Rook b8. There went that past b pawn. Sold a little bit cheap. But he's going for stuff. I mean, Zach is going for stuff. Now e3. In a sense, this is another pawn attack he's offering, right? Because bishop d3, ef2, king f2. He's going to strike back with bishop g2, but there's queen b8. So look, for example, here, if you try and use your hidden attack for a counter, I think you just suicide yourself, right? We can double check this by putting it on the board. Yeah, it looks like death. The players are down to, 5 minutes or whatever in the video, and you see them still just very, very calm. The Grandmaster leaning backwards still, and Zach about as intense as ever, but not losing his mind. Every point is harder than the one before it, generally, Hudson Chess. Are you 2137 like USCF or FIDE or chess.com or Lichess or, I don't know, Deutsche Wertungszeit or... Okay, we've got a move here. Rook e2 was played. I didn't see what was wrong with taking this from him. Oh, it's takes and queen f4, of course, taking the rook. Otherwise, king goes into the corner, and now Zach can unveil his bishop, easily winning. Okay, that's good. Good job, Zach. So e3, rook e2 was played. Rook d4, because the rook's attacked by the bishop. Just coming back. He's going to get this pawn. His bishop's open. He's going to lose this pawn. I think the position's probably about equal as these complicated moves come in. And Kostya played queen e5. That seems illegal. Where was his queen? Queen d4. Wow. What on earth is that move? I mean, it's centralizing the queen, looks strong, but it was not really on my radar. What's his plan against rook d6? What's the plan against rook d6? I think this wasn't on my radar because I was, I had rook d6 in mind for black, so why are we walking into it? Rook d6, bam, you say? Rook d6 was just played, by the way. Okay, both Abdul and Merles are saying rook f8, Bam. Then you check. King comes up somewhere. You check again. The rook can't block because it's double attacked. King goes somewhere like here. You've got f5 mate. King goes somewhere like here. You've got queen g7 mate. Jesus, it's just completely over. Instantaneous checkmate. Oh, maybe king to the 8th rank somewhere? So rook check king there, rook check king to d8. Then you can't mate all with checks. If you go queen g7, there's queen e1, king g2, queen e4, king h3, queen f5 with a repetition draw. So rook f8, king f8, rook a8, king e7. You'd have to go queen g7 so the king doesn't make it to d8. And then king e6, rook e8 is mate. So he's herded. Or f5 mate. So this is definitely checkmate. King f7, rook a7, king e8, queen e5 check. It's also checkmate. Yeah, it's checkmate. It's checkmate. That's it. That's it, folks. I mean, if Kostya played queen d4, presumably he looked at queen d6. Now he's doing a thing I told you about where you double check stuff when you see something good. This is the moment of truth. The other game has another 10, 11 moves to make with 6 minutes each on the clock. So on the one hand, the pawn structure is reducing to dead equality. On the other hand, the position's wide open with still pieces on the board. So they could hang, back rank mates or G2 tactics or who knows what, with so little time. Anything could happen between them. But overall, the position's equal. And I would say a draw is actually more likely than either player winning. Now on this board here, rook f4 just hit. Kostya still double checking, making great use of his extra time. Nice, Kostya. Nice. Queen d4, what a move. And what was black supposed to do after queen d4? If black does nothing, next move, Kostya maybe plays rook a7. No, there's queen e1 to e4. What would Kostya do next? You guys think it was f5 maybe? Or maybe just whatever he wants? Stroll the pawns up slowly? Put a rook on d8? Abdul thinks he was going to run the pawns. Abdul's obsessed with just pushing these pawns was going to crush black. Which is interesting because I'm not saying you're right or wrong or anything, Abdul. Just my thought to this game is let's use these rooks to basically checkmate or destroy black along the rank. And I just don't even care about these pawns. To me, they're not even a factor. I would almost not consider moving them unless I had a lot of time on the clock and the first moves I looked at didn't work. The moves I want to play would have to actively fail before I would even look at e5 and f5. Queen d4, rook d6, rook f8. And here comes coast to coast with the mate. Going coast to coast with the rook and the queen. That's checkmate. It's already been seen. Yeah. Folks in chat, from here it would be good if you were able to calculate a checkmate with rook a7. For most of you, that would be a reasonable exercise to try and do. Even if you're under 1,000, I think it's reasonable to try. It's 2-3 moves away. It's just teaching you to crank through some moves when you have to. Especially since I was telling you the first move was going to be rook a7. So now the lines you have are king e6, king g6, King G8, King F8, King E8. It's 5 moves. You have to handle all of those. But some of them are made in one, so you can get rid of them quickly, right? And then you have to be organized and go through the next moves. But none of these lines are more than 3 moves long. So if you look at one line, go all the way to the end of it. Don't go back and forth. Just go to the end of one line. Make sure you've got that mate. Check the move off and be organized and go to the next move. It's doable. It's 2 mate in 1s, 2 mate in 2s, and 1 mate in 1, 2, 3. So it's doable. It's like a 5-branch calculation that you can do. King G6 played, Queen G7, King H5, Queen G5, Kostya makes time control, and checkmate. Yeah. All right. We'll update that right there. And let's turn our full attention to the time scramble. The pawn went. The other rook came over to f8. That's what I was thinking of too. Knight g3, getting off of rook f1 and introducing knight h5. And you see there's 2 dangling pieces. Without pawns on the board to anchor the pieces, you have to be pretty careful about your pieces. Is Zach winning now? No, it looks like about equal, right? Equal material, equal pawn structure. But you see, White's got all their pieces defended at least once. All of them. Zach's got 2 undefended pieces. That's like the instincts of the GMs or whatever. Just keep everything defended. All right, Kostya's pinging me on Discord. We might be able to bring him on to talk about his thoughts on the game that just ended in a minute, or we might have him talk about this game for a moment. Let's see. Bring him in. Hey, Kostya.
Hello,
hello. First question is, chat, can you hear Kostya?
Yes, good question. I'm here in we have a little streaming analysis room.
Nice.
Let me see if I can pull up chats.
Yeah. Affirmative. Okay, they can hear you. I mean, it makes no sense to ask really interesting questions if they can't hear the answers. So we start with that. There's a time scramble on Zach's board. So I don't know how much we want to, pull away from that and talk to you, even though we're lucky to have you here right now.
Yes.
But thanks for joining us and congrats on the game. Have you seen Zach's game?
No, just out of the opening, it looked very sharp. I thought White's position was pretty good. But looking at it now, it looks wow, very. I've never seen this 2-on-2 with like a million pieces on the board.
Right.
Now he looks okay. What do you think about his position?
Yeah, I think it's about equal, but I thought that Zach was better for most of the game, or a good chunk of the game. He was up a pawn even, and now it's kind of petered out. But he still has 2 pieces on undefended squares. That's sort of what I was highlighting as long as you have 2 pieces on undefended squares on the queen side, you have to worry about tactics.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, folks, about my camera. My phone just died during the stream. Turns out it wasn't plugged in.
Yeah.
But was the camera working for a bit?
Yeah.
I was on.
It's been a while, I feel like. But yeah, I mean, we got a nice little flavor at first. And now we're seeing... we just saw a very fast and decisive move from the GM. Previously, he looked really calm for hours, just like chilling out. And now finally, a quick move. Although he's still like leaning back. It's amazing to see in a time scramble somebody leaning back in their chair.
Yeah. Give me 1 second.
Yeah. Yeah, somebody's asking, is there more time at move 40? There is. There's an extra 30 minutes in addition to the 30 seconds per move, which is coming in throughout.
Yeah. And am I seeing this right? So on the live board, last move is knight g3, yeah?
Yeah.
But they're a little bit ahead. Okay, hard to see what happened exactly.
Yeah, they're only 10 minutes ahead, which previously we were often even in sync, right? Like people would think 10, 20 minutes on a move, we'd have the live position. But it looks to me like they've traded 5 of their remaining pieces. Like there's not much on their board right now.
I see. Okay, good for Zach. So a little backstory. Did he resign?
I don't know.
Or maybe draw was offered. Looks like a draw.
Yeah. I mean, either somebody hung a piece, which is very possible, or they agreed to a draw.
Yeah. Seems like it was a draw. So yesterday they played in the Blitz tournament actually with the same colors. Juan Manuel was white against Zach, and Juan won that game.
Okay.
And I was sitting next to them. That was kind of funny. He won in this like opposite color bishop endgame with equal pawns.
So you can always grind. You can always grind, folks.
Yeah, looks like they drew. Zach will probably come here once the game's done. But of course, if you wanna go, David, it's totally up to you.
I still have a few minutes to chat with you guys. So,
Sweet.
if that game finished as a draw, that's reasonable. It means Zach handled this position well, where he's got 2 pieces sort of off on the queen side. I guess we have a big question for you, Kostya. What did you think of the position after the exchange, Zach?
Yeah, so I thought Black definitely had compensation. But I mean, I felt like I had to take the exchange as well. I really feel like I had a huge choice in the matter. Otherwise, I think it would have just been very, very equal. But yeah, I thought it was better. I thought I must have misplayed it because I allowed a lot of counterplay, and then I thought I was probably like losing at some point just because it looked so dangerous. So I mean, yeah, for me the most critical moment was when I played bishop e5 and rook a1, because either white is like losing there or I don't know,
right,
or I'm okay.
Yeah, bishop e5. You didn't have like tons of great moves in that position, right? So
I didn't see another reasonable option. Like next best thing would have been rook takes a8 and maybe play for a draw. Like
okay.
So it looked super, super dangerous otherwise. But I didn't see exactly what he could do on like queen b4, rook a1. It looks so scary. He's got all these like bishop c5s, but
yeah,
concretely I didn't see how he's cracking me.
Yeah, so you went for this not 100% confident, but not seeing what was wrong with it. So
yeah, and
it seems you were
yeah,
right.
I thought rook e5 was definitely a good choice, and then after rook a8, originally I was expecting queen c5 here, but then I realized I have king f2, and I thought the endgame is actually good for white because he doesn't seem to be getting out.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, Kostya, the move that Zach just played on 10-minute delay. He just sacked his queen.
Oh, wow.
He allowed this fork, sacked the queen. If knight f6, he had rook g2, king f1, rook f6. Mating-ish. I mean, there's actually rook f3 in. What a mess.
Yeah, it's kind of, it still goes on.
Oh my god, what's going to happen? That rook f3 move might even be winning. I mean, he didn't play it.
It's rook f3, king g2. And black can go down the exchange, but doesn't look... I mean, clearly that's just good for white.
Yeah. Oh, man. Maybe they didn't see that rook f3 move. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Rook f...
Well, they just entered, so it looks like they're going to be analyzing the game.
Okay. So they traded pieces there because of that g2 threat. That was an insane moment there. That knight h5, rook e2, rook f2.
e2 takes. And then what happened?
We got a
Queen
rook
check,
trade on
queen
e2.
f2.
Yeah, probably either queen d4 or queen g5 came. Yeah, Charlie, Kostya finished his game, so he's calling in from a special little streamer analysis booth / room. Okay, queen g5 was the move.
Queen g5.
Do their faces tell you what the result of their game was, Kostya?
No, not quite.
Okay. Nobody clearly dejected or celebratory.
This is looking, I mean, it looks very active for black. Bishop f3 in the air.
Yikes. That would be a shot. Maybe white would have rook f1 in response, Kostya.
Oh, in response.
Like, you just find a way to blunder bishop f3 on purpose. But, okay, queen c1 needs to be answered, so... Maybe rook d1. Oh, just setting the table. He played rook f1.
Take?
He traded. I think the game ended in a draw. All the rooks just came off.
You're thinking draw?
I'm thinking draw right now, yeah.
Oh, I rook f1. Let's see.
I'm thinking like queen f1, knight e6, something like that. Yep, knight e6. Knight g3, queen c5, queen f2, draw. You know, because the bishops...
Queen takes f2 and then draw. Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, I bet that's where they
Queen takes f2
stopped.
will be the last move.
I bet that's where it went. Okay. So that was a sharp game they had.
Yeah, very sharp.
And to chess nerds, crowd, and chat, we believe that this game ended in a draw. I think we're just 1 or 2 moves away.
Already. Well then. Good stuff. I will try to keep it up.
Yeah. Yeah, good work,
Actually, I
Kostya.
won. I didn't really. Yeah, I didn't announce it, but I actually won that Blitz tournament yesterday, so that was a good start to the event.
Whoa.
It was on a boat. We played on a little boat while touring on a river.
Wow.
It was a 6-round Blitz tournament, 3+2. B-Day rated. You know, they took it very seriously. There was arbiters and everything. Everyone was trying to record their games too, even though it was a small boat. Lots of cameras fell down. It was fun.
Hopefully not too many cameras fell in the water.
No, just on the boat.
Just onto the boat, yeah. Well, that's great. Good start, Kostya. Somebody asked about the Blitz tournament yesterday when I was streaming Sinkfield Cup, and I said, you know what? I could imagine that Kostya probably played in it. You know, me, I would just be, you know, taking a walk or finding healthy food, trying to like get ready for the game the next day. But it's like Kostya might have played that tournament.
It wasn't even about the Blitz. You know, it was on. It was more about the cruise.
It was about
we were
the
on
cruise.
this river, and a very beautiful part of Portugal. Just like gorgeous, and there was actually like. It's actually very crowded. There's many people there, but it was super fun. I think I mainly went just because it was fun.
Okay. Well, that can work for winning too sometimes.
W's in the chat.
Alrighty, I guess
All right.
I should run.
Great.
I'll be playing tomorrow. I
Okay.
think DM Hokie might be hosting the stream, so I don't know
Okay.
if we'll have a commentator tomorrow, but we should have a stream up with the games and the boards.
Yeah. Sounds good. Sounds good. Well, good job to you, and congrats to Chess Nerd as well for drawing a Grandmaster with Black.
Thank you. I'm sure he's pumped.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's round is at 11 a.m. Eastern, by the way, for everyone
Right.
watching. If you guys want to follow.
Good for European viewers, less good for American viewers. I'm not going to be up at 2 a.m. or whatever, but yeah, good luck to both of you tomorrow. And chat, we're going to wrap things up here and call it a day. This is 9 rounds. So there's another 8 to go. 8 more games to go. Yeah. I'll be covering 4 more rounds of this. That'll be at reasonable hours for me on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday. And in between, we may have some other guest commentators or just put up the videos and the games for everybody to watch and follow along.